expect to find you here. What are your plans?
Drift around down here. Try to stay out of jail.
Well, me and the boys here, we got some work to do. You want to come along? It ain't like it used to be, but it'll do.
Exploding hollow points, yep.
You want them heat-seeking exploding hollow points, yep.
Yeah.
Fucking
I love
solves,
when he asked
solves it all.
Kyle, he's like, he's telling, explaining hollow points, how they explode on
Yeah.
impact. And he's like, isn't that right? And he's like, no, I don't think that's how that works.
Yeah. Nothing but shenanigans like that.
And he didn't even use hollow points.
Yeah. And then they tried.
I love how he was like,
then they tried
and
using
you
the
came to Kenosha.
Then they tried
And he's
using
like,
the
my dad
argument.
lives in Kenosha. Dude was like,
Yeah.
fucking dildo.
Yeah. Then they tried using the argument that he was trying to shoot more than one person because he wasn't using hollow points. In that same argument, after they realized he wasn't using hollow points. Yeah. So.
And then on count 3, I gave a special instruction because of the situation with Mr. McGinnis, but I didn't on count 2 or count 5 because I relied upon the general principles.
What is that?
The live stream of it.
Oh.
Where it's the fucking guy that Brandon had in his video where it's the dude with the lawyer. It's
what?
It's the dude with the lawyer. The guy that it has the YouTube, but he's a lawyer in Minnesota.
Oh.
But he has all those other lawyers on there watching that fucking trial with him and then being like, these guys fucking suck. Like the other day, they got all sorts of shitty because Kyle's defense lawyers weren't objecting to shit like they were supposed to.
They didn't.
The last sentence tells them, and if you were satisfied,
And they were fucking pissed.
The judge was being more his fucking
conduct was not privileged under the law of
defense than his defense lawyers were.
Yeah.
I loved the so why were you silent before the trial? And the judge was like, jury, can I have you step out for a second? Let me go ahead and explain some shit to this dildo real quick.
I mean, arguably any trial.
Like, okay.
And then he tried to argue with the judge about that shit too.
It's your Fifth Amendment right.
Yeah.
Instruction on count 5. Now he's looking for it.
All that I know, I didn't even read the instructions on the.
A lot of people are trying to get the motherfucker unbarred.
He needs to be.
Yes.
Oh, it's 37. Corrected. Okay.
And then he's also, I guess, supposedly running to be.
He said he included not the full instruction, but something. But he just said, yeah, you're right.
What is it?
It's not in 5.
Maybe I misunderstood what you wanted.
District?
You want the whole
Not district.
or just the cause. And
The head fucking, what is he? Fucking idiot. The Star Wars idiot. The DA. He wants to be the state's DA.
Yeah, he's fucked on
Because
that.
that's coming up, what, 2 months after this trial? A month after this trial? Some shit like that. So that's, I think
Yeah.
that's,
He's not, yeah.
Yeah,
He can't even be an ADA.
I wouldn't let him be an what is it? NDA? What the things that they fucking make you fill out so you can't leak information? Fucking, I wouldn't let him oversee that.
Yeah, please.
Fuck.
That would be a contract attorney anyway.
I'd want it repeated.
He doesn't need to be an attorney. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Him and
I
his
think the
lapel pins need to
disagreement
shut
is
the fuck
judge
up.
was thinking
His
they
repel
wanted
pins, the Star Wars bullshit. The one he wore that one day looked like a
everything
commie
about
flag, like the
self-defense
commie
with
flag.
every cause, which
Yeah.
would have been a disaster in length.
Oh no, man! I think I want that pounded.
Can we pinch and shrink? Can we pinch and zoom this?
If you are satisfied.
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah, I think
that
that's
version
kind of
include provocation every time we read out something.
I don't know what the deal on provocation instruction is every time or not.
It is an instruction that's been included for self-defense, so I would assume so. I don't know.
I don't know legal mindset.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a fair point though. If it comes with that trade-off, then you're right.
Oh, let's see how all
Yeah,
this
I think
goes.
I want the one full instruction for him to say self-defense with all the rest of it.
That's what that is.
Subject to self-defense.
As submitted.
Okay, buddy.
It's not a joke, and I'm not saying this to be good. 37 pages. Does anyone reasonably think the jury's going to read it or understand it if they do?
That is a lot of material.
He's gonna read it to them, so no, it's gonna be a horror show. It'll be like
I'm not sure this
Can I
panel
read it?
can deal with
There's
37
gonna be a
pages
horror
of legal instructions.
God damn.
So what do you think about 4 doors, more horse?
Oh my god, son. That's the best shit. I can't believe. And then below that was, I'm just on here because I want to die and get famous. And then they try to be like, well, is this why you did it? It's because you wanted to get famous on the internet. And then that's when they followed up with the whole, well, in Call of Duty you kill everybody. And it was like, oh my fucking god.
Yeah, the Call of Duty thing, who fucking even thought that was a good idea?
I didn't even think he was gonna fucking word his "Are you a fucking idiot?" that good to him, and then he was like, "It's a video game."
I saw some tracks in that area earlier this morning. Hold on, I'll send the
Yeah,
coordinates.
some people understand the difference.
Did it?
Well, no, yeah, he did not. You were correct about that.
Call of Duty real life.
Call of Duty real, bro. GTA real, bro.
If that's the case, this video games is real life. I've committed worse atrocities than fucking some people have in this
Oh,
world.
fucking, they don't even have words for the shit. That war crimes don't even cover the shit.
That's easy to understand, right?
Shit, technically I'd be the world's greatest poacher, fucking, based on the shit that I do in this game.
Uh-huh.
Can you clarify that for a jury of non-lawyers, please?
Can you clarify that for a jury of non-lawyers? There was new word that somebody tried fucking, people have been trying to threaten the judge.
Judge Nate.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
Do you think it's appropriate then on page 9 to say the defendant was actually self-defense as the case At what point do you want that put in? I just think that makes it clearer. I mean, where do you want to put it? Where?
Page 9.
Yeah. On page 9,
Well,
it would be the...
I hope
Yes,
fucking
the
Kyle's
jury does not get this.
defense attorneys gotta fucking scroll through their Twitter this week and read how pissed off people were about Adam, so maybe they'll actually do their fucking jobs.
Okay, with respect
Got it.
to Joseph Rosenbaum. With respect to Joseph Rosenbaum.
4 doors, more horse.
Good. That's a good ad.
Ah,
Appreciate
damn.
that. That's a good ad.
Yeah, I'll do that. Any objection?
That's some shit I expect to be on Jeremy's fucking
Yep.
And just
account.
Okay, what's next?
These are small, but on page 34, two of the witnesses, he said one of the witnesses had been convicted of a crime. Mr. Grosskreutz had been convicted of a crime, and Mr. Smith had been convicted of a crime of a juvenile adjudication. So I think if you just say multiple witnesses had been, something like that.
Okay.
What
number? What page is that on?
I'm sorry, 34.
One about multiple witnesses been convicted of crimes.
And we are asking for the caution.
You want the word some instead of one?
Or multiple? Yeah,
Several? How many was it? Two.
The plurality.
More than one.
I like the judge's response to that, because multiple doesn't include a bigger number.
What else you been up to? What'd you do for your wife's birthday?
Oh shit, really?
I think that's the right response.
Sounds fun.
Oh, we just hang out.
Yeah, I really struggle.
And we had proposed the instruction to the court, which I think we took off at 2:45 or something like that.
Yeah.
So we are asking, based on his testimony, that the court instruct with that modified 2:45.
Oh, that one.
Did you want to hear?
What?
Okay. I got killed by a triceratops.
What I indicated over the weekend in my email, but I believe that
Okay.
What do you mean?
I'm looking at these.
And you played Ark before, haven't you?
Survival?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I forgot that's what you were playing as. Yeah. I thought I was like, wait, what the fuck?
Testimony of accomplishments.
Yeah, that's a good battle for
You gonna start playing that with Dave?
planned on using if I
Oh, I don't know.
sell.
Try it out. Fuck it.
You buy it or do you find it for free?
It's not
'Cause
free, but
Because I got it for free from Epic when they did their... When they just started handing out free shit like GTA and I guess the other one was Ark if I'm not mistaken.
I got the what you call it? The Xbox Game Pass.
Oh,
That's how I
right.
get all the new games for $1.
On it alone, left after consideration of all the evidence, you were satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty is completely inappropriate. I can understand where it's appropriate if you're talking about accomplices, but certainly when we're talking about one picture out of 100 and some odd exhibits.
I got Forza and all that shit.
It's appropriate. I don't think it's necessary. I believe that these arguments.
It's a bunch of people who are fucking
pixels and
playing Forza.
Mm-hmm. It's not bad, dude. It's not bad.
Hey, you see someone's new sim setup?
Yeah, $7,500.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw it.
He's always saying
Calls
they
for
don't
speculation.
what they know and what they're thinking.
I just don't understand why he needs a QPC setup to do that.
3.
3?
Yeah, he has a 3 PC setup, huh?
I don't know why.
So you can switch back and forth.
Contained in the software
Yeah.
that they are using, that is an industry standard, they can go ahead and argue that. But to give an instruction that tells the jury essentially to ignore this evidence unless everything else proves it is way too far.
Well, this whole business about, well, I don't want to say the whole business, but the Daubert rule is the product of the abuse of so-called scientific evidence.
Junk science.
By attorney.
You should have disqualified the witness.
Right.
Yeah, good point, Matt.
So it sounds like you gave a very strong
Pension
instruction on
funds,
it.
individuals were bankrupted because of legal decisions that were made on the basis of so-called. When you come in here, you tell me,
Judge doesn't trust the science.
What we rely on. I think that's fine, except when my common
Judge
sense tells you
saw his own text messages.
when you get an image that is accessible, just I don't know, say it again, 6,500 pixels, and you blow it up to 25,000 or 250,000, and you don't really know what fills the vacant space.
Yep.
That's a little struggle for me.
Which is why it's reversible error that you let this in.
To decide which camera I'm going to buy or which phone I'm going to buy when I'm in the store. This is being used to decide.
I guess the fucking jury. I guess they got a bunch of motherfuckers on the jury that they can. I guess they went with a larger jury than what they really needed, so they can kick people off of
Allow
it.
them to split the bacon instruction because otherwise it could be reversible error.
About it. And in the end, I decided, well, wait a minute, we allowed this kind of thing to happen in DWI cases where the officer.
See, I don't think he was ever comfortable with what he did on Friday.
Yeah, seems like it.
Just undo it.
That, they should be bringing the motion now. Bring everything from Dodge Crypto.
And this method has been judicially determined to be accurate.
He's clearly wavering on this.
They knew they were going to have to, I guess.
So that was when I was thinking, well, maybe I should give a cautionary instruction. I ultimately, you convinced me in our chambers. I don't want to meddle in family on the evidence. I will tell you this. Assuming that there's conviction or no more, assuming that other motions don't contaminate whatever outcome there is.
Contaminate.
It comes out at some time that the method produces unreliable results. This is going to fall 1,000 times.
Just clarify to the audience that the Daubert rule is a 5-part test to determine whether evidence is scientifically valid or
segment
not.
of the evidence on something that I'm really queasy about. But as I said when I left here Friday,
The Supreme Court
this is the jury's case. It's not mine. And I'm going to let them decide. They have the photographs, video, and they've got the testimony of the person who's working, who knows a lot more about this stuff than I do.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the guy knows more than the judge.
No, he definitely doesn't. Nope. I don't know how this is done. I don't know about interpolation.
High risk that I think it presents.
I'd just use the app and look at the image.
Okay, what's next?
The court had modified a little bit, count 6.
Oh, you missed the best part of the trial is when they brought in an actual video professional. The motherfucker's fucking special forces, and he's fucking an intelligence officer.
We have
And he specializes in doing fucking video for the military on like the shit that they get from drones,
Yeah.
and all that shit. And I guess he helps do
that's the only
the video security for the jails and the prisons in Wisconsin. And then they try to claim like they try to act like the guy didn't know shit.
Dismiss it now.
What?
The jury can measure it.
Can't they measure
Wait,
it?
can they?
Wait, what?
Take judicial notice.
Can they?
That a reasonable juror could believe that
dismiss
count
it.
3's been met. So
what are you telling me?
that I'm asking that you take it from them.
Drop the charge.
They're asking
Drop
me
it.
Just measure it right now.
to dismiss the case
If they measure it, they get the result they want, correct?
for failure to prove.
If it's long enough to not be short-barreled, then the charge will be dropped based on what's happened so far.
Which is the case. Whip it out, whip a ruler out. I sound like I'm talking about something else.
Disagrees with the interpretation the court.
You already lost on
That's
this.
a question of law, not fact. That's not for the jury.
Yes, correct.
We do not believe the jury instruction is appropriate. We do not believe that the exception.
Oh, now the state fucking attorneys are trying to argue shit that they already lost on.
We argued about all that on Friday. I'm not going to rehash it.
I see what you
I
did there.
believe it should go to the jury. The jury believes that it was not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. They can return a verdict on that. But the state has objected all along.
Damn.
Given its version all along.
That was not a
We stand by that
piranha.
version.
Motherfucker.
I believe that this jury instruction essentially swallows the entire statute.
He still wasn't fucking one of them ancient sharks.
I believe that if
Yeah,
they raise an exception, then it should go to the jury.
I heard of nothing but fucking female bison.
Standard
What?
instruction. Clearly the
Juries
court's not
don't know
gonna
how
do
to
that.
measure barrel length, by the way.
Juries don't know how to measure barrel length, by the way.
The motions were
Oh, that's the other thing. They didn't measure the length of the barrel.
and you filed a very nice.
It was a stock AR. It had to be 16 better.
You'd think, but when they booked it in evidence, they didn't measure the length of the barrel.
Oh.
And they didn't think that would be a fucking thing that they had to fucking write down when they booked it as evidence. Not somebody would care what the length of the barrel is.
So that's why I ultimately denied the motion to dismiss. Although I think.
Oh, and then the idiot kept asking Kyle why he didn't just get a pistol and why he had an AR.
Seriously, there's always this long.
Like the idiot didn't comprehend that you can't possess a fucking minor can't possess a pistol.
I don't mind the
Yeah.
explanation, I just don't mind the conclusion. Half the time he concludes the opposite way what he's saying.
I mean, if it's just down to barrel length, I'm not even sure it's a jury question. He's under 18. What's the length of the barrel?
Ultimately, read the statute and have. Even when I ruled on the motion to dismiss, I was of the opinion that the statute was as interpreted by the defense, but there was not sufficient grounds to grant the motion to dismiss. Is the firearm here now?
Does the statute
Just so people
provide a
understand,
barrel?
just so people understand, the motion to dismiss for the complaint was based on probable cause. That's a lower standard. Now the motion to dismiss is based on whether they can go to the jury, if the jury can find it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, let's
That's
measure it.
why
Let's do it right
changed.
now. Take judicial notice. Do it.
That's what he's saying.
But do they know how to
If
measure
it
it?
is-
Does the statute provide the measurement or how to measure a barrel?
No, Vivek, he wants to measure
It
it right
does.
now.
It provides where to go from.
Or an overall length less than 26 inches, then I'll deny the motion.
Measured from closed breech or bolt face to muzzle.
Great, let's measure it.
Disputing that the barrel is appropriate.
Oh, well then dismiss it.
Yeah, that's it. Game over.
That's it.
Yeah, what do you
Not
do?
a short-barreled shotgun or a short-barreled rifle. Yes,
Then that's
Okay
it.
then. Done.
correct.
All right, and then count 6 is dismissed.
Yes!
All right.
Jesus Christ!
Oh, that got dismissed.
Win for Team Rittenhouse.
They're trying to
What?
get him for a fucking trying to claim that he had a.
Imagine what just happened there.
Addressed a motion to.
The prosecutor knew it wasn't illegal.
God damn it.
He's gonna argue it
What a
anyway.
short-barreled rifle and shotgun fall under.
Judge should
An instructed.
Oh, SBR?
Yeah.
So I have filed.
They're trying to get him for fucking having that when he wasn't
Oh,
supposed to.
for yeah.
Yeah.
I know the court.
And then they're like, well, we didn't measure the barrel length, so we can't do that with him because we don't even know the length of the barrel.
Hmm.
Or don't even have the length of the barrel for evidence.
Closing arguments today, but I did want to make sure the court was aware that it had been filed, and at some point.
And the judge had to tell him it has to be 28 inches overall.
I will. Came in this morning. Okay, anything else?
And his interview link that we sent to play. The Washington Post story.
I did receive
Oh,
that.
by the way, Law Twitter.
Stream it to the world.
Oh, you bitches! I
Stream it to the
told
world
you
about
that
hunting.
law was not valid from the start.
Yes.
Dumbasses.
Yes. Yes.
After I take my, they dropped the fucking whole.
Half of them aren't even lawyers.
Them trying to be like, it was a short-barreled rifle, all that shit. They're like, well, since we didn't measure the barrel, and then the judge had to be like, it has to be 26 inches overall. And then, yeah, and he is like, and it's not a fucking short-barreled shotgun or rifle,
The only thing,
so.
Judge,
And then the fucking state had to be like, well, I guess we lost this one.
indicate that pointing a.
So they're like, is there a way to fucking get the jury to measure the barrel, or know what the fucking length of the barrel is?
A criminal act.
And then all the lawyers were like, there's there even a way to fucking, that they even know how to measure the fucking barrel?
Crime. We would like to point that out, and we just wanted to preview that. So if there's objection, we can handle it now.
There's no evidence. There's no legitimate evidence.
This is once again relying on the exhibit that is so far.
It's been so bad, Terry, that I feel I could fucking appoint myself as my own lawyer if I had to at this point, and have a better trial. Based off of the shit that I've witnessed in this fucking trial.
You know, the struggle I'm having with it is, and I will. How do we know? We pointed at or toward. You have a theory that it's pointed in that direction. I agree with that. But the statute.
Oh my god, the detective was the worst part. They're like, so what would you have to do to clear a jam in an AR? They're like, you'd have to pull the slide back.
It's not a slide.
Yeah. And all I could think is that motherfucker don't need to be a detective or a cop. If they don't know the difference from a slide and a fucking charging handle for a bolt.
Most relevant piece of evidence on this topic.
Most what?
So they kept trying to claim that he cleared a jam out of his gun.
We have testimony
I didn't say you can do that, so.
And he never did.
Testimony because it's from a detective relying on the video.
Video with the Zeminskis denoted as being the only two that were on that side of the Duramax. Mr. Zeminski starts out by one of the windows of the Duramax. I guess it would be the rear passenger side window, and so there's no real dispute that they are in that area, and that is where
waved at them.
He is pointing the weapon. It's for the jury to decide if he's pointing at Zeminski's or not.
So it's for the jury to decide. It is not for the jury to speculate.
Fair enough.
Yes. Thank you.
That's a good place to start.
They have 900 Wisconsin National Guard members on standby.
You're ignoring that a detective
Damn.
watching the video with pinch to zoom thought. So very. Yeah.
But one problem here, right, is that.
And supposedly cops all over the fucking United States are ready to fucking
Go to war, huh?
deal with rioting calmings, yeah.
What the heck's happening on the other side of even where they're claiming they're going?
They're saying exactly what I'm saying.
Gee, if only we had the Zeminskis to testify about what they saw.
How do you get to
There are hundreds, well, thousands of years of history in this place. It's been touched by everything from the sandals of Roman legionnaires to the treads of World War II tanks. Every year, new historical artifacts are found by people in the reserve. Perhaps you'll be lucky enough to find some of your own. Ah, Sprayberg. This is the place you've probably seen on every Hirschfelden postcard. Sprayberg Castle, overlooking the lake at the top of the hill. Yeah, I don't even have to sell it to you. It really is picturesque.
They're going for the provocation. How did Rosenbaum know that he
Oh, no, no, no.
There's no evidence.
Yep, nope, 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 nope.
How do you get provocation to Rosenbaum?
That's a big ass snake. Nope, nope, nope.
Even if you do see him pointing it at Zeminski.
In fact, they should be prohibited from raising and closing arguments because there's no evidence on it. That's what they should be asking for. Because otherwise the DA's going to lie about it.
I'm not seeing it here in the statute. There'd be a broad enough sweep to capture.
Oh, fuck.
In other words, he's saying that you can't just say and point at somebody and everybody can go.
Firearm.
Oh, they got spitting motherfuckers in here.
The llama?
Oh!
Oh, I'm dead. God damn.
Bounce it! If this is bounced, it's over.
No, the damn little Jurassic Park motherfuckers that spit shit at you in your eyeballs.
Sources? No.
I don't know, they got the veil behind their head.
Oh, fucking, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
We would argue that that is.
And they flare out and spit shit in your eyeballs. Yeah, I just got the snake was attacking the Triceratops. I luckily put myself behind it. And then this little son of come running out, and I hit it about 4 times, and it was like,
A convenient omission is going to come back to haunt them.
so fuck.
Video, there's, and that's who's over there.
They got nothing else.
Looking at videos and indicating that those are the ones who are over there, that would be the only evidence.
I can't say it. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying I don't think I can give an instruction to the jury telling them something.
Although we might have a big win here. This is gone. It's over.
For instruction, in our closing, in our arguments, we just wanted to say that
I think it would be okay
based on this. That's why.
State what the law says, but you have to be careful because the jury cannot be invited to speculate. So I don't want to. There's such a universe of possible statements that could be made, but I don't want to try to rule in advance. I refrain from doing that.
Like, I can craft certain shit, but I don't know how to craft. But like 3 things.
So I'm not going to say he can't mention that at all.
You playing it online?
No, I'm playing it offline.
Play it online.
I would like to get the hang of it.
Play it online, Terry.
Yeah, I'm not stupid.
You'll build your straw hut and then play it online and fucking get on it tomorrow and realize you're not in your straw hut no more.
Well, duh.
Not dropping the provocation.
Prohibit the state from saying it was waiting.
What am I supposed to do with metal?
You were so close.
God, Mark Richards, I hate you.
That is a metal dinosaur. What the
It's been a
fuck?
really good time to renew that provocation.
Yes.
So, yes, that was the entire basis for it, was that they pointed the gun at the Zeminskis. And
There's a robotic dinosaur over here.
Just
Why?
for people, I've gotten a few questions.
Why did I
So,
shit
Counsel
myself?
Smith, that was the charge of possession of a dangerous weapon by a minor. So there can be no allegation that he was not allowed to be carrying the weapon that he was, which is a huge win for him because that would be a highly prejudicial charge for all of the other, especially in context of the provocation charge.
Yes. And especially because everyone's been hearing that it was so wrong of him to carry this gun. It was illegal, that he was acting illegally. And now that's off the table. And that whole...
Right.
Anytime you hear from someone, ever, on the left telling you he was illegally carrying a gun, you say, you're wrong.
Nope.
That's just not true.
Something's dying behind me.
You could probably have heard Barnes shouting in the distance because he and a bunch of others, Nick, you as well, have been saying it from the beginning. The crossing state line was a lie or was factually incorrect for those who didn't know it was. And now unlawful possession of a firearm, which people have been repeating from day one, is off the table and factually and legally incorrect. So
the possession of a fucking firearm is off the table now.
So over the top
Yeah.
have now been factually and legally disproven.
Yeah,
Right,
and they've
With the state line bullshit.
They've got to
Yep.
hit the fact that he was not.
Because his dad lives in
carrying the
Kenosha.
gun to the jury.
Mhm.
Remind the jury, you've been told this whole time that he wasn't allowed to be there because of curfew, that he wasn't allowed to have his gun. We now know, as we've always known, that those were wrong. They were overreaches by the state, and he was legally allowed to be there and was legally allowed to possess his firearm. And guess what? That's probably why no cops even said a word about it all day long. In my opinion, you gotta remind the jury that he was legally allowed to carry that gun as much as possible.
Big time. Because if you let it sit, if you just let it sit without more, they're going to draw the wrong conclusions. But if you really hamper you're right. You know, people said he was wrong for being there because of curfew, because of illegal weapons. Both those charges no longer exist. He was allowed to be there. He was allowed to have that firearm. So you have to really hammer home that that's not provocation. If you really make that point home, then my odds of conviction are going to flip back over into the defense's favor. So it depends how well the defense doesn't vote. But it was a potentially huge win for the defense if they can really make it work.
But still, that provocation is out there, though, and that's why they really need to hit on the fact that They should have moved to prohibit the state from implying to the jury that at any point that gun was raised at the community, because that would be the ultimate crux of what the state was.
They needed to review that objection.
I think they're going to object during, if they're smart, they'll object during the state's argument if they swear to it. I think they need to be on their toes. They do.
I want to add something. Correct me if I'm wrong. The judge also indicated that he might still give a limiting instruction as to that freeze-frame pinch and zoom video, right? Because of the whole junk science issue.
I think there is a limiting instruction. That's what they were discussing. So it's currently in there.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's in there.
Yeah.
That would be interesting to see what he actually says about it.
People are asking about, and I'll know nothing about this, the idea of malicious prosecution now. If the DA knowingly pursued a criminal charge that they abandon after 2 weeks of trial.
Well, you lose that on the complaint, right? Because the complaint itself was legal sufficient to go to trial, right? So they only the bar is probable cause, right? You have probable cause. So,
As my memory of the case law serves, I think as long I'm trying to remember if as long as you have one ground, whether or not you can get the malicious prosecution or not for the other grounds. I'm trying to remember the case law.
And you have to remember, they're trying to take a different interpretation of the law. They lost on that. The defense's interpretation was the one that carried the day. So saying, hey, this is how we thought the law was interpreted, they're never going to find malicious prosecution on that.
That's right.
The worst one. The most egregious part to me was the fact that they had no dispute that the gun barrel was length was an issue, and yet and they knew, the judge told them on Friday that that was the only issue. They were not disputing it, but they were going to let it go to jury anyway. That was a dick move.
Which is my instruction.
It's bad faith.
Instruct you on the
Bad faith.
principles
Yeah,
of law
it's bad faith,
that you are to follow in considering the evidence and in reaching your verdict. It is your duty to follow all of these instructions, regardless of any opinion that you may have about what the law is or what the law ought to be. You must base your verdict on the law as I give it to you in these instructions. Apply that law to the facts in the case which have been properly proved by the evidence. Consider only the evidence received during
This dinosaur just took a
the law
shit.
is given to you in these instructions.
Huh?
And from these things alone, by your soundest reason and best judgment, reach your verdict. If any of you has any
You know,
impression
they're watching
of my
fucking
opinion as to the innocence or guilt,
dinosaurs poop.
you must
Yep.
disregard that impression entirely and decide this case solely as you view the evidence. You
I
are the sole
guess.
judges of the facts, and I am the judge of the law only.
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Keep in mind that the information is nothing more than a written formal accusation against
Trying to
him,
survive.
accusing him of the commission of crimes.
Yeah.
Not to consider it as evidence against the defendant in any way, and it does not raise any inference of guilt. The information contains 6 counts of charged unlawful behavior against the defendant, and to each of these he has entered a plea of not guilty, which is a demand that the state prove every element of each crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Self-defense is an issue in this case. As and I might interject here, count 6 is no longer part of the consideration. That was the
But, like, I don't
charge.
know
So that
how to
would be
do
something
shit.
that you will need to address. You'll need to address only the first 5 counts.
Really, motherfucker?
Well,
Little
self-defense
furry
is an
fuck.
issue in
Come
this
here.
case. As to each of counts 1 through 5, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act lawfully in
Oh,
self-defense.
fuck me, you little bastard.
The law of self-defense allows the defendant to threaten or intentionally use force against another only if he believed that there was an actual or imminent unlawful interference with his own person, and he believed that the amount of force which he used or threatened to use was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, and his beliefs were reasonable. The defendant may intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm,
That's fucking my stomach.
only if he reasonably believes
I just
that
heard
the
another
force used
fucking
was
thing shit.
necessary to
That's
prevent
awesome.
imminent death or great bodily harm to his own person. A belief may be reasonable, even though it is mistaken. In determining whether the defendant's beliefs were reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the defendant's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offenses. The reasonableness of the defendant's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of the defendant's acts, and not from the standpoint of the jury now. There is no duty to retreat. However, in determining whether the defendant reasonably believed the amount of force used was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference,
Vicksburg,
consider
really?
whether the defendant had the opportunity to retreat with safety, whether such retreat was feasible, and whether the defendant knew of the opportunity to retreat. You should also consider whether the defendant provoked the attack. A person who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others to attack, and who does provoke an attack, is not allowed to use or threaten force in self-defense against that attack. However, if the attack which follows causes the person reasonably to believe that he is in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, he may lawfully act in self-defense. But the person may not use or threaten force intended or likely to cause death unless he reasonably believes that he has exhausted every other reasonable means to escape from or otherwise avoid great bodily harm. Counts 4 and 5 require intent to kill as a part of the elements. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being, or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of a human being. While the law requires that the defendant have acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that the intent to kill have existed for any particular length of time before the act was committed. The act need not have been brooded over,
I have to find water.
or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not have been any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to have existed at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to determine intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case which bear upon the intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. Proof of motive is necessary. While proof of motive is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of the defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all the circumstances. The first count of the information charges that on or about Tuesday, the 25th of August of last year at the city of Kenosha in this county, the defendant recklessly caused the death of another human being, Joseph G. Rosenbaum, under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. First-degree reckless homicide, as defined in the criminal code, is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. Before you may find the defendant guilty of reckless homicide of the first degree, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. First, that the defendant caused the death of another. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second, that the defendant caused the death by criminally reckless conduct. Criminally reckless conduct means the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and that the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and that the defendant was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. The circumstances and the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. In determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should consider these factors: what the defendant was doing, why he was engaged in that conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious was the danger, whether the conduct showed any regard for human life, and all the facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. If, as to the first count, you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this crime have been proved, and that the defendant was not acting lawfully in self-defense, as I have instructed you on the law of self-defense, then you should find the defendant guilty of reckless homicide of the first degree as charged in the information. If you are not so satisfied, then you must find the defendant not guilty of this count. Counts 2 and 3 of the information accuse the defendant of the crimes of recklessly endangering safety. Although the elements of each of these charges are identical, the rules of self-defense which apply to them are not. The second count of the information charges that at the same time and place, the defendant recklessly endangered the safety of Richard McGinnis under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. The third count of the information charges that at the same time and place, the defendant recklessly endangered the safety of an unknown male under circumstances which show utter disregard for life. First-degree reckless endangerment, as defined in the criminal code, is committed by one who recklessly endangers the safety of another human being under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. Before you may find the defendant guilty of reckless endangerment of the first degree, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. First, that the defendant endangered the safety of another human being, and the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and the defendant was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means
what the fuck? A Sarto.
Which causes serious permanent disfigurement.
Okay.
Or which causes a permanent or
That came out of nowhere.
loss or impairment.
I don't know how to level up to be able to craft more shit.
Serious bodily injury. The third element is that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life.
How to level up to what?
Again, in determining
Craft better shit.
the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should
making
consider
shit.
these factors. So what the defendant was doing.
I can only make 3 things, and one's a no.
How dangerous was the conduct? How obvious was the danger? Whether the conduct showed any regard for human life, and all other facts and circumstances related to the conduct.
These instructions are kind of confusing.
Even for the
It's harder when you can't read them.
It is harder when you have to flip through the pages.
People.
Yeah.
Shout out to my Odyssey people. We got 400 people watching over on Odyssey also. Thank you for supporting Alt Tech over there as well.
Viva, I appreciate your ability for that understatement there.
I mean, the jury's going to have to take away a bottom line here. Even with the reckless endangerment for which McGinnis testified, I think that he didn't feel threatened, that it still can be justified under self-defense. I mean, bottom line, they have to understand.
But actually, they don't, because if they find him justified in Rosenbaum, then even if they find him guilty from the beginning, it's legally adaptable. Like so, because of the way it is, they're gonna throw it out.
They should be able to motion for a J and OB on that one. Like the jury just doesn't understand the law.
J and OB, for those who don't know,
is judgment notwithstanding a verdict.
Which basically means setting aside whatever the jury decides.
That no reasonable jury could come to the legal conclusion based on the facts that are present.
You know, just like the idea of homicide from a I won't say kid because he's young, but from an individual who showed up to administer first aid, and all the evidence is putting out fires, administering first aid, and now they're going to say that he had the malicious intent to kill. I don't see any reasonable jury getting there, but even especially with these instructions.
Well,
Hernandez also. Yeah, and I played duck hunt growing up, so you know the wanton disregard for duck lives. Hernandez also testified that he did not feel threatened by Rittenhouse as well, correct? McGinnis, but did not Hernandez also testify something to that effect? He was
I have a little dinosaur that has a heart above it.
Maybe, but I would be suspect that
has a heart above it. Ow!
That's in love?
Because he came
they're attacking me now.
That I.
Yeah, he was.
No, they're
a
not
little too
attacking me. What
willing
was
to
attacking
give
me?
Friendly testimony, it seemed.
He was very hostile to the state's questions, like overtly hostile, and I think that came across. I respect him.
The hell are they in
standing up
love
for what he
with?
believed was right, but I think
Probably
it
their
came
animal?
across, a little bit too brash.
Well, why are they hanging out with me?
Oh, it's because you made it like your pet.
Tempered him down a little bit because like, there's a leitmotif.
Okay, what the fuck can I do with that?
Oh.
He was eager to continually.
Well, you could get another one and do the same. You find a. Is it a male or a female?
I've got a male and a female.
Normally, I would disagree with you saying.
Oh, it's because if they're both doing it, it's because they're gonna make a baby.
Foundation for the video, but we learned from the state that he actually wasn't. So I agree with you.
Now one of them's attacking me, so it's dead.
Now you'll get eggs and shit and make fucking baby dinosaurs.
Well, they're dead now, so they attack me. They die.
You gotta watch those paragraph breaks.
So I apologize for that mistake. And
They're gonna be like, we don't.
Oh, it's unconscious. You put food in their inventory to tame them.
Yeah, read them to us again. We're fine.
Yeah. Got it.
for a moment and return to the reckless homicide. In the elements of reckless
I'm gonna try to tame this one too.
are
Okay.
The jury's not allowed energy drinks or coffee at this point, so.
that the defendant caused the death of another, that he did so by criminally reckless conduct, and the third element, which I read as part of the second, is that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct were utter disregard for human life. And what tipped me off is, other than causing death, the reckless endangerment, which I've been reading now, has those same three elements. So, utter disregard for human life is one of the elements of both crimes. And in order to convict on the first count, you must find the presence of all three of the elements
That didn't work.
of first-degree reckless homicide, and also find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not privileged by the law. Is that clear?
Start from the beginning. I wasn't paying
Getting back to
attention.
the reckless charge with respect to Mr. McGinnis, there is evidence in this case that the defendant was acting in self-defense as to Joseph Rosenbaum.
Needs a cough drop.
Proof
The fact
jokes in
that
the
the
chat
law
right
may
now.
have allowed the defendant to
What,
use
you not
force
love
in
anymore? What the
self-defense
fuck
against
happened?
Joseph
Oh.
Rosenbaum does not necessarily mean that reckless
Yeah, when you keep trying to fucking kill me, you little cunt.
lawful. You must consider the law of self-defense in deciding whether the defendant's conduct as to Richard McGinnis was criminally reckless conduct, which showed utter disregard for human life. But the defendant does not have a privilege of self-defense with respect to Mr. McGinnis. So the defendant would enjoy a privilege of self-defense with respect to Mr. Rosenbaum if we find the factual ingredients of that. But that doesn't mean that the fact that if he endangered the safety of Mr. McGinnis was privileged under the law of self-defense, because Mr. McGinnis was not attacked.
Let us die. No, I want to sleep.
Worst jury instruction. That to me that sounded like
You must consider the law of self-defense in deciding
Better hope nothing eats you while you fucking fall asleep.
I didn't mean to fall asleep, homie.
Passed out because you didn't fucking your ear drink.
I've ate and drank. My shit's all half.
You would think it should be lesser than a regular criminal negligence.
Only if the defendant believed that there was an actual or imminent interference with the defendant's person, that he believed that the amount of force he used or threatened to use was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, and that his beliefs were reasonable. The defendant may intentionally use force which is intended to or likely to cause death or great bodily
You act like I have choices in the things that I'm doing right now.
that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily injury.
Literally played the game 5 minutes.
A belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. In determining whether the defendant's belief
I woke up.
The standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in
Sorry.
the defendant's
Oh.
position under the circumstances existing at the time of the alleged offense. The
How's it still fucking
reasonableness of
not
the
on?
defendant's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of his act, and not from the viewpoint of the jury now.
What the fuck is that?
Did he just lick his thumb to change the page on his iPhone?
Yeah.
He did say he was bad at text. I mean,
That's
when
weird.
it increases capacitive receptiveness.
You should
Steve.
consider the evidence relating to self-defense along with all the other evidence in the case in deciding whether the defendant's conduct created an unreasonable risk of death or great bodily harm to Richard McGinnis. If the defendant was acting lawfully in self-defense with respect to Joseph Rosenbaum, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk. The burden is on the state to prove by beyond the burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act lawfully in self-defense, and you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all of the evidence in this case that the risk was unreasonable. You should consider the evidence relating to self-defense in deciding whether the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act lawfully in self-defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all of the evidence in this case that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. If, as to each of these counts, you are
Supply
satisfied
crate, but I have to be level
beyond a reasonable
15.
doubt
What the
that the
fuck?
elements have been proved, and that the defendant was not acting lawfully in self-defense, you should find the defendant guilty of reckless homicide of the first degree. So satisfied, then you must find the defendant not guilty. The fourth count of the information charges that at the same time and place, the defendant caused the death of another human being, Anthony M. Huber, with intent to kill that person. This is a charge of intentional homicide of the first degree, and you must consider it first whether the defendant is guilty of that.
Oh my god, I passed that again.
If you are not satisfied that the defendant is guilty of first degree intentional homicide, you may consider whether or not the defendant is guilty of second degree intentional homicide or first degree reckless homicide.
Oh, don't eat Narkenberries.
Oh, appreciate that.
Referred to as first and second degree intentional
That'd have been helpful.
and first degree reckless homicide.
I just
are different
remembered.
types of homicide. Homicide is the taking of the life of another human being.
I just found out, so.
I was like, man, why you falling asleep so much? I'm sitting here thinking, and I was like, oh, that's right. There's berries that fucking make you fall asleep.
There
Yeah.
are certain elements which are common to each crime. Both intentional and reckless homicide require that the defendant have caused the death
Okay,
of
so
another.
let's see which ones are milk and berries.
Second-degree intentional
Black-looking
homicide
ones, I think?
require the state to prove the additional fact
Yep,
that the
looks like
defendant
blueberries. Yeah,
Yeah.
been eating the fuck out of those.
First-degree reckless homicide requires that the defendant acted recklessly, and that the circumstances of his conduct showed utter disregard for human life.
I think you can get animals to eat them, it'll fucking knock them out.
For you to consider the privilege of self-defense in deciding which crime, if any, the defendant has committed. Self-defense, the Criminal Code of Wisconsin provides that a person is privileged to intentionally use force against another for the purpose of preventing or terminating what he reasonably believes to be an unlawful interference with his own person by the other person. However, he may intentionally use only such force as he reasonably believes is necessary to prevent or terminate the interference. He may not intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause death unless he reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. As applied to this case, the effect of the law of self-defense is the defendant is not guilty of any homicide offense if the defendant reasonably believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, or reasonably believed the force used by him, and reasonably believed that the force used by him was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The defendant is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide if he caused the death of another human being with intent to kill and actually believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, but the belief
Well, I figured out how to learn a bunch of shit now.
was unreasonable.
You have to level
Is
yourself
guilty of
up.
first-degree intentional homicide
I
if
didn't know
he
that.
intended to cause the death of another with the intent to kill, and did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide if the defendant caused the death of another by criminally reckless conduct and the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life.
Based on the chat, it seems a lot more people are confused now than they more so than they were
You will be
earlier.
asked to consider the privilege of
These are-
self-defense
these
in
are
deciding whether
torturous
the elements of
instructions.
first-degree reckless homicide are present. Because the law provides that it is the state's burden to prove all facts necessary to constitute a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you will not be asked to make a separate finding on whether the defendant acted in self-defense. Instead, you will be asked to determine whether the state has established the necessary facts to justify a finding of guilty for first or second-degree intentional homicide or for first-degree reckless homicide. If the state does not satisfy you that those facts are established by the evidence, you will be instructed to find the defendant not guilty. The facts necessary to constitute each crime will now be defined for you in greater detail.
Oh boy.
First-degree intentional homicide is defined in the criminal code as committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. In this case, first-degree intentional homicide also requires that the defendant did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements are present. First, that the defendant caused the death of another. Cause means that his act against the wrongful factor producing the death. Second, that the defendant acted with the intent to kill the other. Third, that the defendant did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The third element of the first-degree intentional homicide requires that the defendant did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This requires the state to prove either that the defendant did not actually believe he was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, or that the defendant did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent danger of death or great bodily harm to himself. When first-degree intentional homicide is considered, the reasonableness of the defendant's conduct. When first-degree intentional homicide is considered, the reasonableness of the defendant's belief is not an issue. You are to be concerned only with what the defendant actually believes. Whether those beliefs are reasonable is important only if you later consider whether the defendant is guilty of second-degree. If, as to the fourth count, you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of another with the intent to kill and that the defendant did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. If you are not so satisfied, then you must
We're
not
still
find
here,
the
boys.
defendant guilty of
We're still here. It's okay.
and must consider whether the
You
defendant
missed
is
nothing.
guilty of second-degree intentional homicide.
This is also why you have graphic text.
As
God
defined
damn
in
it.
the Penal Code, which is a lesser included offense.
The Dilophosaurus is that fucking thing's name.
There are hierarchies of cases.
The spitting one?
Oh, good story.
History lesson.
He knows they're boys.
Highest offense. Then lesser
Oh, Rittenhouse Beyond.
Even
that are of the same
Headline.
nature with many common elements, but some differences.
I take that as a positive. Kyle Rittenhouse yawns over the death of his enemy.
The fact we have to explain the jury instructions within the jury instructions is not a positive sign.
Jury section.
Yes, it really.
You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of intentional homicide of the first degree before considering the offense of second-degree intentional homicide. However, if after a full and complete consideration of the evidence, Or you may find the defendant guilty of intentional homicide of the second degree. The state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt the following three elements of this crime were present. First, that the defendant caused the death of another. Second, that he acted with intent to kill another human being. And third, that he did not reasonably believe that he was terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, or did not reasonably believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm.
God damn it. Don't ever camping my fucking body.
You have already been instructed on the definitions of causing death and with intent to kill. These same definitions apply to your consideration of second-degree intentional homicide. The third element of second-degree intentional homicide requires that the defendant did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, or did not reasonably believe that the force which was used was necessary to prevent.
How you doing up, sir?
At this point.
Huh?
It does make you think there's got to be a
Judge
better way
needed
to do
coffee to get through this.
One of the following.
Which bed early?
Person in the circumstances of the defendant would not have believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, or that a reasonable person in the circumstances of the defendant would not have believed he was in danger of imminent death or great bodily harm, or that the reasonable person in the circumstances of the defendant would not have believed that the amount of force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The reasonableness of the defendant's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of his act, and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. The standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the position of the defendant under the circumstances existing at the time of the offense. If, as to the fourth count, you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of another human being with intent to kill, and did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, or did not reasonably believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, you should find the defendant guilty of second-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, then you must not find the defendant guilty of second-degree intentional homicide, and you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide as defined in the criminal code, which is also a lesser-included offense of first-degree intentional homicide. Again, you should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of second-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of first-degree reckless homicide. However, if after a full and complete consideration you conclude further deliberation did not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of second-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, which is a crime committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. Before the defendant may be found guilty of reckless homicide of the first degree, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements are present. First, that the defendant caused the death. Cause means the defendant's substantial factors producing the death. Second, that the defendant caused the death by criminal conduct, which means the conduct created a risk of great bodily harm to another person, and the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and the defendant was aware that his conduct created the and substantial risk of bodily harm. You should consider the evidence relating to offense in deciding whether the defendant's conduct created the unreasonable risk to another. If the defendant was acting lawfully in self-defense, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. The burden is on the state to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act lawfully in self-defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all of the evidence in this case that the risk was unreasonable. The third element is that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. Again, in determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should consider these factors: what the defendant was doing, why he was doing it, how dangerous the conduct was, the obviousness of the danger, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. You should consider the evidence relating to self-defense in deciding whether the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. The burden is on the state to prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act lawfully in self-defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all of the evidence in the case that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. Consider also the defendant's conduct after the death, to the extent that it helps you decide whether or not the circumstances showed utter disregard for human life at the time that the death occurred. If, as to the fourth count, you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of another human being by criminally reckless conduct, and that the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, and that the defendant's conduct was privileged under the law of self-defense, you should find the defendant as submitted. If you are not so satisfied, then you must find the defendant not guilty on the fourth count. The fifth count of the information charges that at the same time and place, the defendant attempted to cause the death of Gage Grosskreutz with intent to kill that person. A crime of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. With respect to this charge, you must first consider whether the defendant is guilty of that offense. If you are not satisfied that the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, you must consider whether or not he is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide or first-degree reckless endangerment, which are less serious degrees. The crimes referred to as attempted first and second-degree intentional homicide are attempted homicide, again, that is the life of a human being. The degree of attempted homicide is defined by law depending on the nature of facts and circumstances of each particular case. While the law separates intentional homicides into two degrees, there are certain elements that are common to each. Both attempted and the second-degree, both attempted first and second-degree intentional homicide require that the defendant have intended to kill another, that he did acts according to the commission of that crime which indicate unequivocally, under all the circumstances, that he had formed that intent and would have caused the death of the other, except for the intervention of another person or some extraneous action. It will also be important for you to consider the privilege of self-defense in deciding which crime intentionally the defendant committed. The Criminal Code of Wisconsin provides that a person is privileged to intentionally use force against another under the following circumstances. Force is used for the purpose of preventing or terminating what the person reasonably believes to be an unlawful interference with his own person or by the other, and he uses only that amount of force which he reasonably believes is necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, and the person may not intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause death unless he reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. If you find that the elements of attempted first or second-degree intentional homicide have been proved in this case, the effect of the law of self-defense is as follows. The defendant is not guilty of either attempted first or second-degree intentional homicide if he reasonably believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, and he reasonably believed the force used was necessary to prevent death or great bodily harm to himself. He is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide if he actually believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, but the belief or the amount of force used was unreasonable. The defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide if the defendant did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to Because the law provides that it is the state's burden to prove all the facts necessary to constitute a guilty on reasonable doubt, you will not be asked to make a separate finding as to whether the defendant acted in self-defense. Instead, you will be asked to determine whether the state has proved the necessary facts to justify a finding of guilt for attempted first or second degree.
Yeah, if you fell asleep 10 minutes ago, the jury fell
If
asleep
the state
15
does not
minutes ago.
satisfy you that those facts are established by
Legal
evidence,
mindset went to bed.
you will be
He'll be
instructed to
back.
find the defendant not guilty.
This is, they have to put
The
this on the
elements of
record,
each crime
though.
will now be defined
So
for
this
you
way,
in greater
on the
detail.
record, it's clear that
Before you may
more
find the
detail.
defendant guilty of attempted first-degree
The jury
intentional
was
homicide,
informed
the
of all
state
this
must prove,
information before they
by
reached their
evidence which
decision.
satisfies
So
you
they need to
beyond
put
a
this on the
reasonable
record.
doubt that the following three elements were present.
I'll be right back because I've
First,
already
that the
heard
defendant
this.
intended to kill another. Second, that he did acts which demonstrate unequivocally, under all of the circumstances, that he had formed the intent and would have caused the death of another, except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous fact. Unequivocally means that no other inference or conclusion can reasonably and fairly be drawn from the defendant's acts under the circumstances. Another person means anyone other than the defendant, include the intended victim. An extraneous factor is something outside the knowledge of the defendant or outside of his control. The third element is that the defendant did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The third element of attempted first-degree intentional homicide requires that the defendant did not actually believe the amount of force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This requires the state to prove either that the defendant did not actually believe that he was in imminent danger of death, or that the defendant did not actually believe that the amount of force used was necessary to prevent imminent danger of death or great bodily harm to himself. When attempted first-degree intentional homicide is consistent, the reasonableness of the defendant's belief is not an issue. You are to be concerned only with what the defendant actually believed. Whether these beliefs are reasonable is important only if you later consider whether the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. If, as to the fifth count, you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended to
Come
kill
with the
another
interesting
human being,
instructions soon.
and then
Ones
his
that are
acts demonstrate unequivocally
especially highlighted,
that
like
the
top
defendant
page.
intended to kill and would have killed the other, except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor, and that he did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, you should find the defendant guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, then you must find the defendant not guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, and must consider whether the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional, which is a lesser included offense of intentional homicide of the first degree. Again, you should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of attempted first-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. However, if after a full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in a unanimous agreement on the charge of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether the
Did you guys
defendant is
notice that
guilty
he
of
changed the
attempted
tissue box?
second-degree intentional homicide.
No, the Brewers one was there. That was always there. There was
Before
another
you may find
American
the
one
defendant
on the
guilty of
left.
second-degree intentional homicide,
I didn't see that one
the state
before. I
must
only
prove
saw
by
the
evidence
one.
which satisfies
I saw that
you
one
beyond
before.
a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present.
It's so boring. You're actually looking around his
First, that the
background.
defendant intended to kill another. Second, that he did acts which
I
demonstrate
want to know who gave him that
unequivocally
that
all
Mickey
the
Mouse pencil.
circumstances that he had formed that intent and would have caused the death of another human being, except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor.
That's why
The
when
third
you're
element
one
is
of these
that the defendant
attorneys
did not
trying a
reasonably
case,
believe
you also don't want to be dressed too in too complicated of a way, because that's exactly what the jury's going to do. They're going to start studying all these details instead of paying attention to what you're saying.
Imminent death or great bodily
No
harm to
courtroom
himself.
peacocking.
Exactly.
Ada in the chat says
You have already
26
been
more
instructed on
pages.
the definitions of intent to kill
Do they
and
read these
Right.
jury instructions or anything similar to the jury before the trial starts?
applied to your consideration.
He gave a summary of the charges.
Third element of attempted
No.
second-degree intentional homicide requires that the defendant did not reasonably believe that he was
My mom texted
preventing
me.
or
She was
terminating
like,
an unlawful
"It sounds like
interference
it's still
with
like
his
a
own
rosary
person, or did not
cadence."
reasonably
Well,
believe
yeah,
that
we're
the
all
force
doing our own
used was
penance.
necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself.
I was
This
thinking it
requires
was
that the state
catechismal
have
here.
proved any one of the following. First, that the reasonable person in the
I feel
circumstances
mostly I feel bad for Nick because
would
he has
not
that
have
issue with his
believed that
fake
he was
narcolepsy.
preventing or
I
terminating
don't know
an unlawful
how he's standing
interference
up to
with
it.
his own person, or that a reasonable person in the
Well, I
circumstances
certainly understand needing to put this in the
would not have
record, but I don't
believed
know
that
how
he was
helpful it is as part of the jury process. So.
Right.
Or that that a reasonable person in the circumstances of the defendant would not have believed that the amount of force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The reasonableness of the defendant's belief must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of his acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. The standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the position of the defendant
Every
under the
count.
circumstances existing at the time of the alleged conduct.
Hmm?
If as to the fifth count you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended to kill, and that
Concur.
the defendant's acts demonstrate
Concur.
unequivocally that the defendant intended to kill and would have killed another, except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor, and that the defendant did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, or did not reasonably believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, you should find the defendant guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of attempted first or second-degree intentional homicide, you must determine whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, as defined in the criminal code, which is a lesser included offense of attempted first and second-degree intentional homicide.
Is your cat asleep
First-degree
too?
recklessly endangering safety, as defined in the criminal code, is committed by one who recklessly endangers the safety of another human being under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree reckless endangerment, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements are present. First, that the defendant endangered the safety of another human being. Second, that he did so by criminally reckless conduct, which means that his conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another, and that the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and that he was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes permanent serious permanent disfigurement, or which causes a permanent or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ or other serious bodily harm. Third, that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life, and determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should consider these factors: what the defendant was doing, why he was doing it, how dangerous was the conduct, how obvious was the danger, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all the facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. If you are satisfied that all three elements of this offense have been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not acting lawfully in self-defense, then you should find the defendant guilty of reckless endangerment of the first degree as submitted.
Someone asked if Kyle can
If
get
you are not
time
so
served for
satisfied
this
that you
reading.
find the defendant
Sweet Jesus,
you
he
are not in
should.
any event to find the defendant guilty of more than one of any sequence of offenses. So you can return only one verdict per count. You should consider the charged offense first. If you find unanimously that the defendant is guilty of the
At what point does
highest
it
degree
start
of
violating your Eighth Amendment rights?
you need to consider lesser
30 minutes ago.
You need a flowchart. You need a flowchart for this.
You really do. I was actually
Yeah.
check boxes, then statements.
But seriously, this is why most of my videos that are non-live streams have text graphics, and so that people can actually follow along, because law can sometimes be very boring.
I tweeted this out.
Is he waiting for the jury to respond?
Yeah, I was like,
Somebody's poking them to wake them up.
he never mentioned provocation. Is he done?
He mentioned provocation.
He did. Yeah.
I just said, I tweeted this out. They should read this to the jury before the trial starts so the jury can digest the evidence properly, because this would change how they would see the evidence in real time, in my humble opinion.
But you don't know what the charges are going to be, though, before that.
Yeah,
You wouldn't
but
know
it might be
what
worth it anyhow.
And what's in evidence to sustain the jury instructions?
I don't know.
You think
it
they would
seems like
retain
even-
this information for 2 weeks, Eva?
I think they would retain enough of it to know what to look for in the evidence being presented to them. Now they have to go and reassess in retrospect, knowing, I agree, they may drop some charges, and so it would be superfluous to read charges that are no longer there. I think it would be value added to jury digestion of evidence.
Someone in the chat, FSX239 says, at Recato Law, while I respect your efforts in providing the stream, your panel isn't useful on using this trial as a learning experience due to the extreme bias displayed by each lawyer on the panel.
I'm the most neutral one here. I understand where he's coming from. The rest
Hold
of
on,
you are
wait.
ridiculously-
Finish the chat there, Nick.
No,
Was
that was it. My response was, we're not biased. The facts are biased, but that's my interpretation. I don't know. Does any of you want to say anything about your ridiculous bias?
I will say that accusing someone of bias based on one example is itself biased because you have nothing to compare it to. So one would have to have a consistent pattern of behavior to qualify it as bias and not a one-off. And I can safely say that I've taken positions on other high-profile cases that would contradict any perceived bias in my view of this particular case.
I'll
Yeah,
confess to a
here's a
strong
challenge.
anti-diddler bias. I mean, that's out there, you know.
Here's a challenge. How about, in order to support that assertion, you go and take a look at all of our videos on all of our channels and try to find our bias.
There you go. There you go. We all just got one extra view per video.
This would be the same person. This would be the same person who watches my Alvarado coverage and then tell me that I'm a left-wing lunatic, right? And
Yeah,
then watch
right.
this coverage and say I'm a right-wing lunatic. You know, they don't know anything about what they're talking about. And the fact of the matter is, even the left-wing media is saying the same thing we're saying. So it's not like we're not saying anything different, right?
And I worked with the instructions all weekend, and we discussed them. And then I'm reading them, and little things that are making me as I read them. But the jurors are never told to actually discuss self-defense except in the context of charged offenses. And what I was about to say to the jury, and I said I better talk to you beforehand, was that the jury discussion of a charged offense, any charged offense. But let's use this one as an example. And they decide that the elements are there, and he wasn't making law in self-defense. They're done. They never discuss the rest, right?
Was or was not acting lawfully in self-defense?
Well, let's say if they decide the elements are there, was not acting lawfully in self-defense, they're done. Then they find him guilty of the charged crime. What if they discuss count 1 or count 5?
I assume they removed the jury for this.
Decide that the elements are
Yes.
there, but they all decide it was criminal. They're not. Is there anywhere that they're being told? Are they being told you're done? See, under the old law, we did do that. Is that in here? Where is it saying that? Yeah, that's what I used to construct these from scratch.
Oh, good. He'll say it separately. This is a good thing.
Tell the jury, which I was just
Used
doing
to etch
now,
them into stone.
that once you've exhausted this, you're done.
Once you start a self-defense, you're done. That's great. For that charge.
That simplifies things, which is not what the prosecution wants, but it's the way it should be.
Good, that they would decide, and then they make a decision. All of them say, I'll vote not guilty on the basis of valid self-defense. Then they really should not be considered lesser included. Am I right or wrong about that?
You are
So
correct.
if they find
We all agree.
perfect self-defense on the charged count,
Just say self-defense.
they should be told
see what this. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I understand.
The obvious
where it's
answer
coming
is yes.
from.
Obviously,
I guess they could consider the other ones in 30 seconds and just find go down to be not guilty. But
they're so hard.
Thank you.
Yep. Crossplay stuff. We really wanted it.
Well, anyway, see what the instruction is telling them. Kind of. It says if after it tells them if after a full discussion.
Yeah, that'll be good.
But it's good
if
in
we
that.
could somehow make this another hour, that would really help.
This is
I'll tell you,
the congressional problem, right? Like this is the problem that Congresses have when they name a bill one thing and then they lump in a whole bunch of other stuff, and it's like eventually everybody's eyes
However,
glaze
if
over
after
because
a
it's
full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of second-degree intentional homicide. I'm going back to a different count. You should consider whether the defendant is guilty. So it is telling them. It is telling them. Yeah, I just think it's kind of unclear.
They all agree the elements are met.
Think
and there's a
properly,
privilege.
Richards.
You don't go any further.
This is great having it separated.
Pardon me?
I believe the pattern instruction makes that clear enough. If they can unanimously agree, which includes the privilege, they're done. They don't have to go forward.
Where does it use?
Don't have to, but prohibited from going forward. That's what they need to be told.
It says you should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of second-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of first-degree reckless homicide.
That's just the
However,
charge,
if
not
after
the
a full and
defense.
complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of second-degree homicide, you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide. So, there, I don't think that's not the way a person would speak if he things. And I'm not saying anyone did deliberately is trying to make things unclear.
That's what lawyers are for. What's funny is you wrote it, right?
Don't do that. People will find out.
If the court did wish to make it clear, I would just say, just explain if you're unanimous either way on first count, there's no need to go to
Yeah, I think that's a good way to do
You
it.
didn't get this call. Get it for free. No, the fucking call. You just don't get the fucking decoys and shit.
statement on self-defense personally. If you find self-defense, then don't include the lessers. Period. Individually. Mr. Finger's having a problem.
I don't like
He was
the way I
making
said
Binger
that.
face.
What's his lapel pin today?
Oh God, the lapel
The
pins.
judge needs to stop reading the news. That's what he needs to stop doing. The judge should have sequestered himself like he asked the jury to do. Because there he just checked himself on Mr. Binger has a problem with that. Oh, I don't like the way I said that. And he looked up pensively like, no, what shit, that's going to be in a CNN headline.
No, I think he meant he didn't like the way he said what he was phrasing as the new jury instructions. Or did he?
No, I think it was his Binger statement.
I think that's right.
Yeah, he's regretting the whole Asian food comment.
Which you
And
shouldn't. If your
he
Asian
said it
food
all.
is sitting off the harbor in California, you definitely don't want to eat it. It's been there a long time.
Right next to the Oriental rug.
Oh, here we go.
You did it. You went there. Very uncouth.
Yes, Mr.
How about this?
Superhuman over here,
In any
weighing in
count
with his
where,
comments.
in any count where there are multiple verdicts submitted, if at any point in your deliberations you are unanimous as to both the elements, the presence or absence of the elements of the crime, and the presence or absence of the victim, he goes with it.
Okay, and
because let's take Anthony Huber's counts, for example. If the jury is unanimous that he is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, they go no further. If they are unanimous that he's not guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, then they are instructed to consider second-degree intentional homicide.
Only if they're not satisfied that it was done in self-defense. If they, for example, if they had, if in your example,
This
if they
eliminates the lesser included
discussed it and
altogether.
said, yeah, well, sure, the elements of attempted murder are there, and then they were on the table, and they said, well, it's not self-defense, then guilty. If they all say we don't think this,
See, I think one of the things that's happening
they
here
all
is
say
that
we don't
the
think
statute
this-
itself has, as a mitigating circumstance, something that looks a lot like
And what the
self-defense.
jury
That
is being
takes
told
it
is
down
we
to
can't
second.
agree.
But there's also a privilege, what I think the prosecutor is referring to as perfect self-defense, that gives you the right to do all of these
If
things.
you are not so
Provocation comes
satisfied.
I know it. Well, that's at the very end.
I think what the court was originally proposing is telling the jury unanimous on the charge count one way or the other, then you go no further.
I like that.
That's not the law.
If you're unanimous on,
So for
no, if you're unanimous on the legal question,
back that up, Danger.
intentional.
Well, he's
Well,
disregarding
you're right,
the
because it could
self-defense
be an elements
qualifier.
issue.
Yeah, Binger's saying
Maybe the construction.
Binger wants clarification that it's
only goes to
self-defense
lesser
only.
included if they are either unable to agree on the charge count or if they're unanimous not guilty on the charge count, then they go to the lesser included. There's no requirement that they be unanimous on the charge count to move to the lesser.
No, they shouldn't be unanimous. If they're unanimous, yeah, if they're unanimous, then they're done. That's what I'm trying to tell them, but I don't know how to say it.
I do think this is
Because if
useful
they're
for showing
unanimous on
people how
first-degree
messy this can
intentional
get on the
homicide,
ground.
what they're concluding at that point is that the defendant, either the elements aren't met, or the defendant actually believed that deadly force was necessary. They would still then have to consider the second-degree intentional because it changes the self-defense into the objective, reasonable one. So they can be unanimous on count one. Let's take Huber, for example. They can be unanimous on the first-degree intentional homicide. They can be unanimous on that, and in the defendant's favor. But they still have to then move to the second element, or to the lesser included.
That doesn't make any sense.
How would they find no self-defense on assault, but yes self-defense on murder?
Because he doesn't have to be reasonable for first degree.
Yeah.
He gets kicked out of first degree even if he's unreasonable.
On first-degree intentional homicide. They're specifically told.
Well, yeah, you're right. He's right.
They're not told to consider that until second-degree intentional homicide. The instructions, Your Honor, are the pattern instructions. I understand your point that if we had to redraft them today from scratch, maybe we could do better. But I'm sure we could. But we need to follow them, and I don't think deviation is appropriate.
I think you're right. And they are certainly correct in what they say. I just think that they're not.
No, I think the prosecution's
clear.
right, but I think it's because Wisconsin's a little weird on these.
Now let's see how much damage I've done already by my last paragraph. So can you go back to what the last thing I said to the jury?
Can we rewind the tape, please?
Shoot, I'll be right back.
I like the fact that provocation got lost in the middle of those instructions, rather than being highlighted at the end.
It's good we haven't heard it yet, and it's not being repeated over and over again.
Several of us never noticed that it was there.
Chat, let us know if you think Judge Schroeder said, I don't like the way I said that in terms of what he said about Binger or how he phrased the new instructions. Because having watched this now, I think he said, I didn't like the way I said that in terms of how he rephrased the instructions. But I see how Nick might have heard it that way.
Defendant is guilty of the highest degree of crime, you need not consider lesser included offenses. If you decide unanimously the defendant did not commit the greater crime and was acting lawfully in self-defense, and then that's when you stopped in mid-sentence.
So the first part was right.
That's what I thought.
commit the greater crime and was acting
Yeah, put up a server.
Only took him that long.
No,
Well, I was getting my toes done.
acting lawfully in self-defense.
Getting my pedicure.
The ball game's over.
Yeah, how do you get assault or something from that?
Yeah, what were you saying, Rick?
I think that's correct. Even
I got some geese.
You're
After you left.
seductive, Mr. Binger.
I called them in and they started flying away. They won't land. They'll just get really low.
But see, they're not asked to.
Then you start blasting with 22.
I think the judge really is mixing up the circumstantial prong and the privilege prong.
They make reference to, I think maybe I read one of the comments. They talk about how we don't have.
Actually, see what.
And that's the
Binger
best
is
you got?
saying.
Right off the
But I
bat.
distrust
Well, I
his
made the money back that I fucking spent for the call.
That's fair enough.
We're all done. We've got it interlaced in all these cumbersome instructions. And no, does anyone have any objection to what I've already told the jury?
I think they're just making this work to see
Yeah,
half
tell
the
them.
day.
Just what we said. If
Yeah.
you find perfect self-defense, you don't go on to the next count.
Correct. You should say that.
What time do you start coming in?
Self-defense means.
I don't know. They, all the time. It don't matter.
I know sun's up like 5.
From the standard instructions here.
So
And
what?
The words perfect self-defense don't have a meaning to ordinary people.
Actually,
Would require
I would
further definition
suggest
from the court, and now
that
we're
Binger
going
does not
much
know what
further
perfect
afield.
self-defense means.
I also have a problem with
Or else we wouldn't be here.
wording of, do you find, if you find the defendant is justified in his self-defense, because we've instructed them on
well, I can't fucking leave my tent unless I got guns, right?
self-defense belief, which is a defense to the first-degree intentional
I need my
homicide.
pistol.
And then we've given them the instruction.
Need my
on what
pistola.
22 pistol?
objective.
Yeah, I need my
I
22
was
pistol.
using the rifle with the fucking the night vision scope on it.
No. I need my shotguns.
Delineate between those two things.
All right, we good.
As I said,
Well, I need some more shot. Or I need
repeat it here several
more
times, I think
22s.
The more we deviate from these
Don't have
standard
enough 22 ammo.
instructions, the more confusion it causes.
You
Counsel
always
has
have a box.
asked
You should always have 100.
read the self-defense individually.
I got geese coming right now.
So
Only
they're
way you
already
buy 'em.
told on each count that you are to consider the final thing is the objective self-defense, and that is if you find that, then he's not guilty. And
I'm in the
say
other
across
field.
the board
The one that's not pink.
that you find self-defense is a defense to everything is not technically true, because there are different self-defense claims as to the different counts. So, for example, he may be justified in self-defense as to Rosenbaum, but not as to
Mostly you only need
So, a blanket
3
statement
geese
that says anytime you find justified self-defense, he's not guilty.
For what?
Is not
to get geese to land.
It is if you're talking just.
Need one of each,
20.
supposedly.
I don't know. I read the thing that said it got 20 max. So I go 20 max.
Well, that was from fucking we want to call it a thread on Steam.
Yeah.
Going on about how to goose hunt. And they're like, you need one of each goose, and then you use the fucking one of the shotguns, and they're like, that's how you do it without DLC unless you have the goose DLC.
Could be construed as saying.
Or I thought you had to have the goose
regarding
DLC.
any count, you find justified self-defense. He walks on all.
And the semi-auto shotguns are in either the goose pack or the death pack.
That's not what he said. That's not what he's suggesting.
What's already been said gives that implication. And again, I just worry that the more we deviate from these standard instructions, the more we get into these issues. I think we should stick with what you drafted, which has been sent to the parties. We've all agreed on that.
Well, I just killed two.
I saw some tracks in that area earlier this morning. Hold on, I'll send the coordinates.
Language that hasn't been cleared by the parties and could cause further confusion.
Well, I can say that whatever I've done, that's what we're going to talk about how they should address them.
Terry's over there getting raped by fucking dinosaurs.
Terry, when you can buy this awesomeness so you can come do this with us?
No idea.
Come on, bro.
Do you want a different answer? Because I don't have one.
I wonder if that'd be on Xbox Game Pass.
What? That game? No.
This.
No, I checked. I get the new Halo when it comes out, though.
That's new Halo was out.
Only the single player.
That's even better. That's even better.
Yeah, I can play the campaign right now.
Oh, did you see the new Call of Duty news? The next Modern Warfare is going to have a mode it's freaking going to try to be like Escape from Tarkov.
Have you seen all the bullshit with Battlefield?
No, I seen you sent me that video and I keep forgetting to fucking watch it.
You should have watched it.
Don't surprise me. Like, it's the same with the beta. All it is the beta. They just gave it to everybody.
Yeah.
That's how all their fucking news have been. That's why when I played the beta, I was like, this is fucking trash.
Oh, it was horrible.
When you start the beta and all your gun does is shoot and you can't get the stop and you gotta look it up and they're like, oh yeah, it's a glitch. You gotta fucking unprogram all these fire keys and reprogram them to what you want them to be.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Like, how do you fuck up something that simple and not catch it?
Who the fuck knows with them?
It's not my Battlefield.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
I would hope so. Yeah. There's no way that this is all okay, so they are, yeah, they are.
Do you know how many skill points and perk points you're supposed to get in this game?
At least when you get to 100, I think you go past 100. I think you can max it all out, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, because I just leveled up again and I did not. I did not,
Shit, I got on, didn't realize I had a fucking perk point, and was like, oh, okay. I'm not getting anything behind this deal.
I got a warning that says heads up, if you detected copyrighted audio in your screen, your audio may be temporarily blocked.
What the fuck?
Long Run got a similar thing, I'm guessing.
Well, if we continually talk over
Copy checking people for the audio?
For what? Audio for what?
That trial?
They can't.
Nick had it fucking pop up for him.
Yeah, they can't. Because it's public fucking domain, because it's a public process.
Yeah. And somebody else had it pop up for him too, Nick said.
What Dinger was saying was that it sounded like Dinger thought that the judge was proposing that if they found self-defense for one of these incidents, for one of these charges, then they found self-defense for all of them, and that's not what he was proposing. So, but it sounds like they...
It's just them trying to censor people.
I had to take my backpack off, and then it said I had too much. I didn't have enough room.
Oh, yeah. I had to take that deer fin off that I bought, like, when I was new, when I first unlocked it. I was like, oh, this will work. Never really used. I took that off, and now I have, like, all sorts of shit.
What did you buy?
The juice call.
Oh, yeah, but... You said you took something off. What'd you take off?
Oh, the scents.
Oh.
The animal scent.
Yeah.
If you have, like, the first one you unlock is the deer one. And I had that on me. And never use it, so I fucking finally took it off me, and it, like, gave me all sorts of weight. Or made it so I had all sorts of room.
I don't think the state can like how that wound up sounding.
It makes it very easy for them to quit.
Yeah.
Because I know this is arduous, but every bit of it is important. But you'll get written instructions for
Not to mention that Landgrave basically highlighted that.
Cal was trying his best to stay awake, and I mean, everybody's gonna be posting pictures of him yawning, going, "Oh look, you know, or whatever."
What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened?
based upon the allegation of
Granny Goose, what happened?
committed the crime while using a dangerous weapon. If you find the defendant guilty of any of the counts,
I didn't even hear your gun go off. I didn't see the fire in the sky. I was like, what the fuck?
while using a dangerous weapon. Dangerous weapon means any firearm, whether loaded or unloaded. A firearm is a weapon which acts by the force of gunpowder. Before you may find the question.
I got a pig over here squawking.
Yes, you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime while using a dangerous weapon. If you are not so satisfied, then the question must be answered no. In reaching your evidence, examine the evidence. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with the utmost care. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of a crime to be innocent, and this presumption requires a finding of not guilty, unless in your deliberations you find that it is overcome by
2, 3, and 4 is my next step.
satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you may return the verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. You can reconcile the
I hear him and I don't see him. I hear you shooting.
consistent with the innocence of the defendant.
They're over here, falling out of the air.
I couldn't get.
The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or want of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based upon mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which
Oh, you shot this one, sucker.
fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt, such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. Examine the evidence.
Okay. I'll be like, God damn it, don't tell me you hit all these fucking birds and I thought I was hitting them.
Yeah, well.
Evidence is defined first as the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of the party who called the witness. Second, any exhibits which have been received.
It happens.
Third, any facts which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated, or which I have directed you to find. Anything that you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at this trial. You should disregard entirely the questions which I did not permit.
They took him down.
Do what? The dude you were watching, they took him down?
It ain't very smart when YouTube takes down a fucking lawyer and with 6 other fucking lawyers.
A group of lawyers?
A group of lawyers.
Well, we go to... Does he have his honesty link in here?
The hell?
Thanks for the follow.
Well, how many did you get out of that last block?
I didn't get a single one. The one I was shooting at would not register as me shooting at him. Are you right on him when you shoot at him? Are you like right on him?
No, I lead them.
How much of a lead do you usually put on him?
Well, if I want to hit them in the body, I put it on their head.
Okay, I see. You shoot any of them?
Nope.
Okay, I hit every single fucking one of them. You give it a bird. Ooh, I shot that one in the neck.
I'm trying to make sure I got all of them picked up.
Yeah, that's the fucking hard thing. But at least it kind of like, they don't veer off when you shoot them, like half alive type shit. At least they, when they die, they plummet straight to the fucking earth.
So you think. Some they do, some they don't. Yeah, but now try to do it with the 22 pistol.
You're suspended for policy violations is what his shit says. It'd be funny when their fucking policy violation gets them fucking lost. Get them shit seat out of them. If they did it to him, they did it to Crowder. They probably fucking did it to a bunch of other fucking people.
Mm-hmm.
For a business owner to violently protect his business when you are violently destroying it.
Well, also... Did
you get all the birds out of this field? Pick them all
yeah.
up?
Afternoon, and after all of the argument...
Oh, out of there. What level you at now?
Yeah. 20.
Phew. Good lord. I hear geese coming.
Do you?
Yep. They're coming from the northwest.
I hear him.
I got 3 of them.
Only couple left. There you go.
Reload. I got a few. That was a silver. That was a silver. I'm looking for that diamond goose. I keep getting the golden goose. I just want the diamond one. I hear more. I thought I heard more. Yeah, them were way up there. Probably could have called a little bit more for them. Something, I don't know. Before I started shooting them. I just didn't want you to get them. So I had to kill them first. Oh, why am I not doing that? Hold on. Multiplayer. Got something over here squealing at me.
Browser.
I wish these challenges would tell you what they did, but they don't even have a goose challenge. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
So we'll play gold challenge.
What's that? Harvest an animal with a gold score or higher. Oh, okay.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I didn't even pay. I just picked it.
I think if you go over there and pick any of them geese up, it'll
gives you more points. I know that. I'm just making sure that some of them geese that we shot way over here were not.
Oh, I hear some.
Where are you shooting at?
I couldn't hit any of them. Okay.
Let me tell you, what way were they? I don't see none.
They're flying to the west.
Yeah, they were probably too high.
Oh, yeah.
I see how we're gonna do this. You just don't want me to get that gold challenge before you.
No, I can finally just kill him.
I hear you. I hear you.
Can you prove that?
Can I prove what?
That ding dong trying to claim that people went out and got their concealed carry permits just so they could have a gun there, just in case there's active shooters.
Well, if they gonna get you, they gonna get you one way or another.
I can tell you one didn't have a concealed carry permit. He ain't got a bicep either.
Does he have a concealed carry permit? I thought he didn't.
He did not.
He tries to say he did, but I don't know how a felon can have a concealed carry permit.
Yeah, good point on that.
I mean, he could have carried a gun, but it would have had to have been a black powder pistol.
Yeah.
I want to see him be like, hold on a minute, I gotta reload.
He could have carried a Colt.
Still has to be black powder. You have to still pack it.
Yeah, it can't be a contained cartridge. Because I have some friends that are felons that hunt, and they have to use black powder.
Yeah. Did they figure out what's going on? They get it back up?
I think once your stream's taken down, it's kind of until
we're back up.
YouTube's back up.
Us
oh really?
By 40,000 views over a BS copyright claim because they are literally paid for by the media. Going back to watch that.
Chris said it's back up.
He claimed it's back up. Yeah, it's back up. Oh.
We're back up again.
I'll turn my browser down back on.
Back up, people. Switch to law and crime.
Yeah. Here. We'll change it over. We'll do 2 minutes at a time.
What are you doing, Terry, today?
Just chilling.
Yeah, that'll be good.
He had to not play yesterday because it was his wife's birthday, so now he's...
Oh.
This is how they do it, though. I mean, this is
Go
how
back to 1.5.
Well, you should have been like that Ezra present. You staying out of her hair.
Including some who specialize in
People after traveling here from Antioch, Illinois, and staying out after...
She doesn't see it like that. For some reason, she likes me to be around. I don't know.
They're flying to the west.
There's no curfew charge either.
I think they're too high and too fast.
He did say both.
I don't see nothing.
There has been some discussion about the lawfulness of it, not in this case, but elsewhere. So it's, but there had been a curfew announced.
Yeah, that's kind of. I'm going to be kind of disappointed if these are like if you can't max out your perks and max out your skill by getting higher levels. I think that's kind of lame.
Yeah, too.
And it was a curfew that all the rest of us here
Make
in
no
the
sense.
world
Gonna,
are aware of. And I think
Yeah, because I
so
have.
wouldn't that be like a master hunter?
I don't know.
although the defendant claimed
The
I take it up with them.
masturbator.
a business that he wasn't familiar
Yeah,
with.
because I have 11 to 24 perks, 10 of 26 skills. It's like
And he also spent the entire evening lying.
it's like come on, unless it starts slowing down.
Probably
I thought
does.
it maybe was every other level that you would get a point, but maybe it's every 3 levels. I don't know.
So when we think
The
about
highest
it,
level person I've ever seen is
what I'd
100.
like you to consider as you think about this case.
Highest
what
I've
was
seen are
true
people in their
motivation?
60s, and I'm thinking, what the heck?
Was this a situation where he sincerely
That ain't right.
cared about car
When you talk about me
even though he'd
paying to
never heard of it,
fucking win,
never bought anything there, never worked there, and not even its owners?
would be nice if they had fixed the shotguns, because the shotguns are too
Was he
underpowered.
genuinely interested in helping people?
That's almost every game. Like, people don't know what a shotgun is.
Yeah.
They've never seen one.
There's some.
I mean, you shoot trap and skeet, minimum range is 25 yards.
Why was he there?
Not maximum range. I mean, come on now.
When you think about these things, I think there are some things that we can all agree on. In America, it's hard these days. People are polarized, and there's a lot of political issues back and forth. And the judge has made it clear this case is not about politics. There is common ground. We have all agreed, and I asked you this 2 weeks ago today. Raise your hand if you agree life is more important than property. And all
I see
of you
nothing.
raised your hand. We also
I hear
agree
nothing but you.
that no one person's life is more valuable than another. You don't get to kill someone simply because they're a drug dealer.
I also got in the blind and it looks
You don't
brighter.
weigh a pastor's life over a teacher's life. You don't weigh a police officer's life over an engineer's life.
He's saying this in case anyone heard about Rosenbaum and the others.
The funny thing is,
Oh,
I think I found.
Agree that we shouldn't have 17-year-olds running around.
I think I found a place where you can do the same thing, but to rabbits.
And finally, I want you to keep in mind that we've all read stories and heard about heroes that step in to stop an act.
It was by that funny watchtower on, what is it, Layton?
In fact, many people in
That watchtower where we got ambushed by the coyotes.
Yeah.
so that they could be there in case there was an active shooter and wanting to stop them. So when you consider this case, look for the truth. So many people look at this case and they see what they want to see. They have a preconceived notion and they tailor the facts to fit whatever they believe. You all agreed to keep an open mind. You all told us you didn't have any of those preconceived notions. Now you've heard the evidence, and it's time to search for the truth. So consider, for example, whether or not it's heroic or honorable to provoke and shoot unarmed people. Consider whether it makes someone a hero.
What color is
when
this
they
field?
lie
Oh, that's
about
probably
being
why.
an EMT. I think all of us
I
are
knew it.
familiar with someone who does the sorts of things that the defendant has done.
Well,
They
look
enjoy
at the
the
color of the
thrill
field.
of going around and telling people what to do.
I thought they just
without
flying
the
by.
courage or the honor to back it up, and without the legal.
Calling Kai, I'm calling it Red Fox more than I am.
And when you think about the defendant's behavior in this case, contrast
the geeses.
with Anthony Hubert, a man who was there because he knew Jacob.
Yeah, he's running right down the middle of the road.
Skateboard
What?
and who rushed.
Oh, I shot a whole mag at him.
That's 22.
So when I talk to you here,
Oh, that's plenty to kill a fox, trust me.
I'm going to focus first on the murders that the defendant committed. Second,
Not 22
I'm gonna
LR.
address some background issues, give you some context.
Yeah,
and
22s.
Talk about some of the things that I don't think are relevant to this case. And finally, I'm going to tie it all into the jury instructions that the judge.
I mean, you're not killing a fucking wolf, you're killing a
As
fox.
prosecutors in this
Fox
case,
ain't that big.
My colleague Jim Krause and I have tried to present you with all of the relevant evidence that we think you should consider in this case. And I told one of you in jury selection that at the end of this, you would be the expert.
I know foxes ain't that big. You got to remember
You would be the one
when we had the
who would know
when
all about this
they had
case
the fox
and
farm,
make that
you
decision.
know.
And that's what we've tried to do. So let's go to August 25th, 2020.
Oh, I hit him.
The defendant came from outside our community, carrying a gun that wasn't his, because he expected and
Now I got to go
anticipated
tracking.
violence that night. And he pretended
Yeah,
to
I hit it.
guard an empty building owned by people he'd never even met, while fraudulently claiming all night long to be an EMT.
Never. Not from outside.
There were a lot of people out that night.
Stomach churning.
Some people stayed home protecting their homes and their families. Others went to their businesses, boarded them up, and protected them. And a lot of those people had weapons. A lot of them had guns. There were other people who came along to protect Car Source or Ultimate Gas or other businesses. And many of them were armed with AR-15s, just like the defendant. In fact, you're going to see a video, and you've already seen it, of a clash between people with AR-15s,
I got 'em.
Ultimate Gas,
Found 'em.
and other folks that are, I guess, protesters. And there's people getting in people's faces, there's yelling, there's shouting, there's even shoving. And yet, in this entire sequence of events, from the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday, August 23rd, 2020, all the way
This says flesh.
everything this community went through, the only person who shot and killed anyone was the defendant. Yes, there was property damage. No one's here to defend that. No one's here to tell you it's okay to commit arson or looting. No one's here to tell you it's okay to be rioters. I'm not defending any of that. You know, because
I was running towards the rabbit town.
I'm prosecuting Joseph Zeminski for arson. That's not okay. But what you don't get to do is kill someone on the street for committing
What's that for, Mia?
So let's keep that in mind when we're talking about the people involved in this case. So let's begin.
I can tell you my stomach is killing, like my lower stomach is just killing me.
Joseph Rosenbaum, because it's all captured on video.
There you gotta finally learn about the 4 doors, more horrors.
As
Oh yes, all that shit was funny.
63rd Street car source. Mr. Rosenbaum.
No, what was funny was the prosecutor not knowing how to say brah.
As you see in the FBI
Bruh.
video, when Mr.
He had to spell it out in court. What is BRHUH? It's like, dude, come
Bruh.
on.
Mr. Rosenbaum
You can't, like...
could not have possibly
No, it's not, dude. Come on, it's bruh. Come on,
Bruh, what's wrong with you, bruh?
Could've been like, why you being cringe?
Yeah, why are you so cringe, bro?
And you hear him yell friendly.
Like, you need to chill.
I mean, I can't believe that this guy's, like, never been on the internet.
You can't see
He was too
him.
busy watching Star Wars, man.
He's busy buying them Star Wars fucking lapel pins.
What? That was an Ambla pin. What are you talking about?
Is that what it was?
No.
Anything in this case anymore wouldn't surprise me.
Somebody did a fucking meme. What was it, Thursday or Friday? And they zoomed in on, oh, it was Thursday because it was Veterans Day. And they zoomed in on his pen and they just imposed, it said Nambla. It was like, oh, it's good.
I think today's wearing American flag.
Somebody just needs to take that picture that you shared, or whoever found that meme of the fucking dude on the street corner and change him to the guy that's down on his knees.
They should have used that as evidence. You like, can we pitch and zoom on this?
No shit.
When the defendant originally arrives at that scene,
I like how their whole argument is like, you shouldn't have been out there. You shouldn't have been out there. You shouldn't have been out there, bro.
And then they're trying to be like, he wasn't from our community.
Hold on, I'll send the coordinates.
What?
Well, neither were half the fucking rioters, so.
He worked there. He worked there. All them other people didn't. His dad lives there. Do they have anybody that lives there? Probably not.
There were any holdouts of people out there who didn't yet hate lawyers?
Well, we know most of the streamers weren't from there.
Yeah, his grandma lives there. Like,
His dad's there.
Yeah, his dad.
And then they're trying to be like, there was people protecting their businesses. Well, technically, he got hired to protect somebody else's business. He got hired by the person that was hired to protect the business.
He fires at him, shooting and knocking him to the ground.
Yep.
It's like,
It's like, bruh.
seeing their fucking video, it's like so grainy.
Bruh.
Also, all of the other witnesses that have testified. Also, all of the other.
Come on, bruh.
Now I'm going to show you the slowed down and zoomed in video of the defendant when he first
I know
gets there.
one thing.
And Mr.
The
Krause
force is not with that one.
directing your attention on the larger screen here to exactly
I don't think anything's with that one.
see the defendant.
The fucking judge's force was with him the other day.
I mean, they are allowed to
That judge is just being mean. You shouldn't have yelled at him like that.
Well, when you fuck up somebody's constitutional rights, I mean, you know.
That's one of them. Don't challenge my authority. I'm up here. You're down there.
My authority.
Clearly, that the defendant sets the fire
He's gonna end up fucking around and finding out
with his left hand, and then
how you don't
brings
become a
his
judge
over to the gun.
or a lawyer.
How you don't become a DA.
Yeah,
He was using the fire extinguisher as a pretext.
I thought that was pretty
But I
stupid.
ain't no fucking way. If I was a damn prosecutor, they'd have been like, "Hey, you want to take this Rittenhouse case?" I'm like, "Fuck no, bruh, no."
Not scoured the internet, bruh.
He plays Call of Duty, bruh. No, no.
The fact that idiot thought that was gonna be an argument of being like, we're gonna throw it in because we're gonna say he did it because of video games.
Yeah. Like
Every other case has said this and they didn't win.
The defendant rushes in and
They
immediately.
didn't learn a fucking lesson with the Grand Theft Auto bullshit.
And if you've seen a little bit, Mr. Rosenbaum doesn't take.
Because they tried that shit for a long time.
I don't think
Well, the worst thing is like all these little fuckers are arrested in Minneapolis and Chicago for fucking carjacking and car theft. They're like, oh, it's because it's like Grand Theft Auto. It's like, oh shit,
Yeah,
get out of here
unless
with
you
that.
straight up jerk a motherfucker out of his vehicle and take it, that you didn't learn it from there. I can promise you that shit.
Yeah. I know that they arrested that chick that shot that woman on the street in New York City, like back in August. Did you ever see
Yeah.
that? After the funeral, and the chick was standing by the stairs, and the
Oh,
chick walked
yeah.
up and shot her in the side of the face or side of the head. They
And
arrested
come
that
to-
bitch.
And come to find out, it was like the friend of the mom.
Somebody, it was somebody stupid, but they
Yeah.
arrested that bitch in Jacksonville Friday. That's where they found her. Yeah.
The asshole of America.
Yeah. Yeah, we had this conversation last week.
Why,
Hmm.
why is he pointing the AR?
Oh, please tell me somebody runs up and stabs him for fucking flagging people.
I guess he's showing him what aiming the gun looks like.
That motherfucker didn't have to aim, son. He was on it.
Is this the detective up there doing that again?
Yeah,
No, it's
Bob.
the they dude.
Prosecutor.
The Star Wars
That is what
nerd.
provoked this entire incident.
Well, I know that the two detectives should not be allowed to be police officers.
But you gotta rack that slide.
You fucking idiots.
You cannot.
Well, when you can fucking show me a slide on a rifle, I will do that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! We sure this is not a fucking
SBR.
No, what's the fucking
the defense? What they call it? Not a defensive weapon.
Then we have the chase that occurs after that. And we have
A destructive weapon or something?
Weapon of mass destruction. Because that would be what it
Almost
would
close.
entail.
It was almost close to that. It was something stupid.
That would be what they would call it if it was an SBR or
Somebody better tell Bush we got weapons of mass destruction over here.
And points the gun back at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Should use the Cheney defense.
shot him in the face.
Like I was out there bird hunting.
Yeah.
He saw at that moment that there
Folks
was
around
nothing
found out.
in the defendant's hand, or in Mr. Rosenbaum's hand.
They always do.
Free as fuck.
There's the defendant.
I love they try to make us think about that. About him wearing a shirt.
Hands out to the air, and then watch here at the end.
What does shirt say?
This is where
Free as fuck.
Mr. Rosenbaum is
I
not
mean-
even within arm's reach when the first shot occurred.
He was
live in
farther than
America?
arm's reach.
Don't believe what you just saw.
There's 5 to 10 feet between him and that idiot, so you can see that rifle.
Mr. Rosenbaum raises his arms
The first time, the second time, the dude looked like he put his hand, like actually was close enough to touch his,
and then turns
grab him by that harness.
Basically. And it
I
don't look
don't-
like he shot 4 shots. It looked like he shot 1.
What do you got for a big gun on you?
My usual.
Well, get over here. There's a big fallow deer over here in this field. I just marked him. Can you see him?
This shows
Oh,
you
he's
the
behind the
defendant
berm.
zoomed in and slowed down.
He's coming
There's
up,
the
coming
defendant
up, coming
running
up.
in between those parked cars, slowing down.
He's going to be, once he gets past these trees, he's going to be in the open again on the road.
Mr. Rosenbaum was, and the defendant shot.
Oh, he vanished into the ditch.
I
Like, still, there he
You can see from this video that Mr. Rosenbaum is not even
Right on the
within
back of his
arm's
shoulder.
reach of the defendant when the first shot goes off.
Wow, that was a miss.
It lagged on me.
That was a miss.
Yeah.
That was a miss.
It lagged so bad, like, and it stood still. Fuck, okay.
Maybe you could have hit him if he had a skateboard.
Yeah. He should have wrapped his t-shirt around his head. I would have been able to instantly kill
I
him.
know, stuffed it in his head. If that's the kind of medical that you want, y'all can have it. I'm good.
Bruh, I've been trained in the streets. What you talking about?
Bruh.
They ever say why the one idiot lost his job as an actual EMT?
Probably because he was whatever caused his felonies.
I think he's stealing drugs.
Probably.
And then they're like, his whatever got expunged. And I'm
That
like,
doesn't mean it didn't happen.
I'm gonna put the cursor over.
Yeah, but you gotta, like, you know, the left protects the left, you know?
Yeah.
The thing I thought was weird is he
You were fighting this.
fucking got it expunged as quick as he did. Like,
I don't think he got it expunged. I don't know.
that's what they're trying to claim. I don't.
The defendant is pointing his gun right.
But then did he get it expunged because he fucking is a rat bitch and
That's what I'm kind of wondering.
tried to help the prosecution and then, you know.
I think he got it expunged because he is supposed to be saying some shit on the stand, and then he is just like, yeah, I pointed my gun at him.
Now, what's interesting to me is watch when the crowd starts to run.
Yeah, I love how he wouldn't say that he was chasing him.
Here, even before the defendant has fired a shot. That's likely because they heard.
I would just move in the same direction. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Crowd starts to run away.
Advancing at a rapid rate in the same direction.
That shot from
I was just going with the crowd.
had nothing to do with his decision.
I was just being a lemming. I thought they were all jumping off the bridge.
Finally, I'm going to show you this incident from the perspective of.
I was just turning towards the police line with a gun in my hand.
Behind all of this,
Mhm.
and then he comes.
That's even better. Do that more.
That should have been the question of. That should have been the responding question. You're like, why were you running at the police line with a pistol in your hand then?
Bruh, because I got the power of the Red Army behind me.
Yeah.
The memory of Chaz is
You
with me.
you must have never watched the opening of Enemy at the Gates and seen what the Red Army does to their own when they don't want to fight.
You drop the guy in front of you drops the gun, you pick it up, and put your ammo in it.
Yeah, he had the gun. The skateboard guy had the ammo, I guess.
Mm-hmm. It always happens. But it always comes back to don't worry about your God and fuck your government. Worry about yourself. Mind your own business. That's the problem. Everybody in this world just needs to learn to mind their own business.
The defendant has shot and killed Joseph Rosenbaum, and Mr. Rosenbaum is laying face down. That's where he falls. Richie McGinnis actually rolls him over after trying to stem the bleeding here. You can see in the foreground that plastic bag that Mr. Rosenbaum threw on the ground.
I just hope the defense says, well, if the police department was doing their job, there wouldn't have been no reason for Kyle and all of his friends to be there.
Then you can make that dispute in your argument.
That is the big thing. I mean, and that's pretty much how it could go everywhere.
Yeah, jam that T-shirt in there. Jam that T-shirt. Yeah.
Deeper.
Yeah, jam it in there.
Deeper, Daddy. Like.
You should tell him.
It don't hurt so much here or here, but just right in here.
Right in there. Yeah, let's only worry about the entry wound, the exit wound that blew out the back of his head. No, don't worry about that.
I don't even think it blew out the back of his head. I think it went in there and
Oh,
stayed in
it
there.
definitely blew out the back of his head, homie.
Through Hernandez and also.
Well, I mean, there might not have been nothing in there to blow out. I'm just saying.
Oh, no. Just the wall. I'm not saying his brains came out because there wasn't any.
That Joseph Rosenbaum was unarmed.
There's all sorts of fucking.
I'm going to come back to this in a little while.
Fallow deer over there?
Yes.
Alleged threat that Mr. Rosenbaum.
There must be a bedding.
There's phallic deer. What?
Fallow.
Follow.
Fallow.
There's that one, and then there's the one that we originally seen went off to like the northeast somewhere.
No video of.
Oh, well, I got geese over here, so.
The entire incident. I played it for you, and I'll show it to you again.
I see how it is. You just wanted me to come over here so you can shoot geese.
There's also no evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum ever.
But they're all.
Never said he could shoot you, but
He
you know.
never said I'm going to take your gun. He never said I want your gun.
He just tried to take his gun.
Dr. Kelly has testified that
He never said he wanted your gun.
fired Joseph Rosenbaum.
Is what he just said.
Somebody taking it asked for it.
And then why didn't you just let him take your gun? That was the other.
No.
That was the other good one. Why didn't you just let him take your gun?
Because that's how you get shot with your own shit.
Well, then if you're worried about getting shot with the gun, why'd you bring it to begin with?
all the way down.
So I didn't get shot with a gun.
That's what the argument was that they made.
I mean, I've heard and seen plenty of cases where people have gotten beat to death with hands, so it don't really
Yep.
matter.
That dude in Texas, that's daughter got raped, that he hit the dude to death with his bare hands. Yeah.
Yeah, that never happens.
And then they try to try him. for
You're
it.
like hammer time.
Mm.
Claw hammer time at that.
Yeah, the back end.
Why'd you show up with a wallet on a chain? Oh, well, you know, I didn't want to lose my wallet.
Yeah.
My tactical harness for my wallet. What are you talking about?
This is that wound. Dr. Kelly testified that the angle of this shot was from the left shoulder towards the center of the back, and the bullet continued.
If that's the case, you might as well bring one of them tree saws. The hand ones.
Yeah.
It's just
Oh,
wire. Be like, I plan on cutting some trees down.
Yeah, the ones that ain't nothing but what they call them. What's the name for them? The fucking strangulation wires. Like
Usually
rock.
those are just piano wire, but
Mr. Rosenbaum's hand.
No, there's an actual name for them.
Yeah.
The garage, yeah.
His thumb to the ground. When the bullet goes through the area in between his middle finger and his ring finger.
The bullet went between his middle finger and his pointer finger.
The index finger before exiting.
In his hand.
Dr. Kelly testified there's soot.
Well, that's because he was holding up the peace sign.
That's because he was trying to grab the guy's gun.
Yeah.
Or he's trying to finger fuck it.
I know he watched the Looney Tunes. He was putting his finger in there, hoping it was like Elmer Fudd's shotgun. Well, you're not Bugs Bunny, retard.
My hand will
So
stop
smart.
this.
He was a ginger, though. He could have been a fucking Elmer Fudd.
We all thought it was rabbit season when it was really duck.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have fucking ducked. That's the thing.
You're wrong turn at Albuquerque.
Which way did he go, George? Which way did he go?
Hand ever got close to the end of the defendant's gun. It was completely.
Well, first off, I want to know why he didn't register as a sex offender in the state of Wisconsin.
Was he really from Wisconsin though?
Oh, he was from Arizona.
Well, then he's a felon crossing state lines.
Yeah, he went from what Arizona to Texas to Wisconsin. Ain't that what you told me?
Yeah.
Well, let's take this back and let's try him in Texas. Because we know how they'll handle that one.
You knew the rules, and so did I.
In his testimony, he told you that shot had nothing to do.
They're too far away.
With his thought process. It didn't affect him in any way. He said he didn't think the shot came from Joseph Rosenbaum. He knew Joseph Rosenbaum was unarmed, and he admitted to me, you can't kill Joseph Rosenbaum for something Joshua Zeminski did. So let's just carve Joshua Zeminski out of this case. I'll deal with him on his arson trial in January, but until then,
One of them.
it doesn't factor
That was
into any
it.
of the decisions the defendant made. And in fact, as you see on the FBI video, the Zeminskis continue walking straight on down the sidewalk. They don't pursue the defendant. They don't threaten the defendant in any way. Now, the defense wants you to think Joseph
Got two of them.
Rosenbaum was there to
Three of them, maybe.
the defendant. We'll never know what Joseph Rosenbaum.
Hold on, no, I gotta check. I gotta open my.
So we're just guessing. But let's assume for a minute.
Gotta open my mouse software because it feels like my mouse is really fast.
Mine, yeah.
Because he wants to do some physical.
Holy shit! Yeah, mine was way fast.
This is a bar fight. This
Mine
is,
was way slow.
This is a fight that
Mine was at
the manager
1800,
involved in.
and I keep it around 1400. I keep it right in the middle of
We're
speeds.
throwing punches, we're pushing, we're shoving,
There's a group.
whatever.
Flying over the top of us right now.
What you do is you don't bring a gun to a fist fight. What the defendant wants you to believe is that because he's the one who brought the gun, he gets to kill. So I want you to contrast this. Two different scenarios. One scenario where there's two guys who are throwing punches at one another like a bar fight. I think we'd all agree you can't kill someone. You can't punch the guy, knock him to the ground, and then get on him and strangle the life out of him. That's murder. So what's the difference here?
I know it's some geese spell. I gotta come over here and see if I can find him.
He brought his AR-15. That's why he's got to come up with this cockamamie theory that Joseph
argument
Rosenbaum was not only going to take the gun, but
it only makes it.
turn it on the
It's
defendant.
murder if you punch somebody and then you get on top of them and strangle them to death. That's murder. Then he is like, well, what's the difference from what he did?
Not only kill him,
By bringing a gun.
other people, which is really ironic considering the defendant is the one who killed people in this case. And the only
Then he didn't murder anybody, did he?
putting that aside,
No, because it was self-defense.
Because the cops weren't there doing their jobs, and that's a good reason why we should defend them. Is because they don't do their jobs.
you can't claim
Well, the state will be defunded when he sues them. Or they have to pay Rittenhouse.
Because the world knows police only protect the rich and the politicians.
danger when you're the one provoking other people.
Why will they not
The defendant
object to
fired 4
anything?
shots at Joseph Rosenbaum.
He hired some shitty attorneys.
The first shot,
I guess.
Joseph Rosenbaum's
Let's just say that the first 2 attorneys, or all the attorneys that wanted to jump on this case, were doing it for political reasons, and were a bunch of shitbirds to begin with.
The second shot went through his left hand. Probably ricocheted off
And I don't know. There's like so much bullshit going on. It's like weird.
Yeah. Well, he probably tried to get some good ones, but they were too afraid to take it.
Rosenbaum has fallen
Well, you know, like Burns and all them were like part of the legal team, and then they got they said, "Oh, we don't need you." Like
fires a round into his upper back,
some weird shit. I don't know.
and another round which grazes his right skull. At this point, as you saw in that video, the crowd rushes to that body to try and save Joseph Rosenbaum. They're trying to put clothing on the wound to stop the bleeding. They're going to take him across the street to a hospital. KMH, Frederick South, is literally right across the street. And this crowd,
So much leg.
I like how they bounce when they hit the ground.
a person, by the way, they probably have never even met. Because that's what most people do. Richie McGinnis testified. I rode with Rosenbaum in the back of that SUV. I told him we'd have a beer together. And this is all done. Mr. Rosenbaum was unable to respond.
Why? Fuck him.
The defendant decided
And his couch.
to pull the trigger on his AR-15 4 times. That was his decision. And he is responsible for every bullet that comes out of that gun. He doesn't get a pass by pulling the trigger fast. He could have chosen to stop after the first shot, after the second shot, after the third shot, and assessed whether or not there was still a need to keep firing.
All I can say is I hope nobody gets their hopes up, because
7-6 seconds. The defense has made a
if
big
shit
point
goes
of
sideways,
how fast he fired.
the only people that are going to be out there making a stink are idiots.
Oh, you know they plan on already making a sneak no matter what.
He controls how quickly he
And if the other side wins, they're all fucking talk. I mean, the only thing that they have in common with fucking with
someone who doesn't care
the old
about the consequences. Doesn't
90s version of the fucking Klan and Nazis, they just want to stand on the court steps and fucking talk shit. They don't never want to do nothing, and then when somebody does something, they're like, we don't know what they were doing. We're not part of that group.
The only way that you could possibly justify the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum is if you believe that Joseph Rosenbaum was actually reaching for the defendant's gun.
We don't know why people are committing lone wolf acts. What are you talking about?
A reasonable person in the defendant's position with that AR-15.
But then they get on YouTube and they're all like, man, they're killing our kind right in the middle of the street and nobody's doing nothing about it. Well, ain't nobody talking about it. You need to step the fuck up.
Their whole rule of the first shot bullshit should be like, it's not like he came back and proceeded to press check it by shooting him in the back of the head one more time.
That Joseph Rosenbaum
could have double tapped him.
Turn that gun around and use it to kill the defendant.
If I got my hands
You
on
have
a
to
gun
believe
after
all
being
of those
shot,
things
I would use it to kill the person who
to
shot
justify the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum. That's why the defense is trying so desperately hard to convince you that Joseph Rosenbaum threatened to kill the defendant, which never happened.
According to McGinnis,
That's why they're trying so desperately hard
And
to
Rambo.
convince you that Joseph Rosenbaum was reaching for that gun.
According to McGinnis, he was.
He's not reaching for that gun, and he's not going to use it to kill the defendant. It is not justice. There is no valid self-defense.
Hey, you want to know the funny thing is? Just like every other organization, FBI is involved.
One of the things the judge has instructed you is that when the defendant provokes,
Let's kidnap a governor. Oh, but that's fucking all made up by the fucking FBI. Let's create fucking strife in community. FBI's there.
Let's try to claim that people are storming the Capitol.
FBI's there.
Let's try to say they're going to storm the Capitol a second time. Nothing but FBI arresting other FBI or ATF or police.
Like, hey, bro, you look like you're from accounting. Nah, bro, I'm from field ops.
There's a huge open space in that lot where the defendant could have.
Be like, you got the same user manual I did.
I think that's the thing. I think that's why the left likes him so much, is because J. Edgar Hoover was the first popular cross-dresser.
He has to exhaust all reasonable means of escape before killing Mr.
Well, and that's the provocation, Buffett. That's why it's so important. If he didn't provoke, that
Your Honor,
right.
I do have some more video I want to play. I'm having a little bit of technical problems that I'd like to work on, so I think this would be a good time to pause if that's okay.
You need to work on a lot more than that. He's basically admitting that Kyle was retreating, and now trying to hold that against him.
Oh, Lord.
45. Why wasn't he a track star? Why hadn't he been working out for the past, 10 years?
I was telling Terry about when they got an actual video expert, and then they tried to claim that he didn't know nothing. And he is the most overqualified video expert they could have found.
All I wanted to go on about is how much he got paid an hour.
Yeah.
He's bringing that up a little too hard.
I guess it's so they could figure out if they could afford him.
But then the prosecutor's like, hold on, let me call my guy down at the Apple store.
Yeah.
The Genius Bar, yeah, he definitely.
Down at the Genius Bar, yeah.
Basically, he was saying, why was he even charged in the first place? Isn't it prosecutorial misconduct to bring charges you know you can't sustain?
No, you only have to have probable cause to bring charges, and they have probable cause.
Yeah, and I mean, with respect to the possession, the state fundamentally disagrees with how the court read that statute. I think the court's right, but the state has its own opinion.
And to be fair, it was a poorly written statute.
It's a terribly.
Nobody has gotten harvest an animal with a gold score or higher.
As long as you can make a reasonable argument, which I think he is. He's making a reasonable argument, even though I think it's wise.
Yeah. When we get to the point of reducing the number to 12, we have to decide what to do with the other 6. And the alternatives would be to just let them go about their regular business and tell them we might call them if we need them. Or we can keep them here.
The first Xbox was released 20 years ago today.
They can watch us.
They're limited channels they can watch. I'm
pretty sure that's one channel they can't watch.
And of course they will not be permitted to talk about the case. So
I remember back when everybody claimed that consoles were going to kill PCs. That's where we're at now.
PC Master Race, baby.
Exactly.
entertain them.
Just have them listen to Storytime with Binger.
Just read them the jury instructions over and over again.
Yeah, then it's a really good nap time.
I don't know, Chris. I'm going to the first field, I guess.
Already some zingers in that opening hour.
I do have to echo Nate's point, and it's probably an unpopular hot take for this audience, but I really enjoyed the presentation of the prosecutor. That isn't to say that I think you have to believe it or that he's not misleading you, but from just a technical presentation.
I watched a video and some dude put a tent on a watering hole for fucking the red deer, and he spawned in the tent and there was a fucking red deer standing there.
In it?
Yeah, tried to fucking run him over.
That seems about right.
Very, very good at this, and
You know, it sounds like it would kill him, and then he'd spawn back, and guess what it would do? It would kill him again.
there's a lot of reasons to go that way. So I think
You would think. I don't know. Because they were doing one of their grind things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
it just wasn't even bullshit. They're two different things.
Yeah, that's the problem with Binger, and it was the same in his opening statement. His opening statement's very good. His presentation to the jury was great. His ability to communicate and relay information is phenomenal.
There's a pig.
It's just the whole lie thing. But
Let me mark it.
reality is that's on the defense. I mean, again, you don't want to object a ton during opening or closing arguments.
They're scooting. There's just one, too. No. Oh, there's a deer.
You can't introduce facts that aren't there. You cannot say that there's no dispute about something. You can't say that Rosenbaum, there's evidence that Rosenbaum commanded down this way. There's no
Where?
testimony about that at all. In fact,
The pig was going the
Oh, I
other
see.
direction.
It blends in with the feet.
which is what explained the stippling pattern. So, like, for him to say
But I lost where the pig went.
in this way is
Oh,
to
there's
be
pig.
dishonest about what's in evidence, and the jury doesn't remember. So having someone frame that evidence can be.
I don't see one pig, though.
It's Richards' job to stand up and say, Your Honor, this isn't true. Several times, tell the jury this isn't true, and then you argue it on your call.
Well, and also part of the reason why you don't normally, at least here, object in a closing is that you're kind of expecting that the other side is really careful, because this is where mistrials tend to happen. Is some sort of comment made in the closing that is that kind of prejudicial, so you're really, really careful not to introduce that sort of thing. This is where he has to be on his feet and saying, no, that's not what happened. That's not what's in the evidence. Because you absolutely can't manufacture evidence at this stage. This is horrifying to watch.
I'm wondering though, just to give a little bit of a devil's advocate position here. You know, he said that one or two times during his closing argument so far, and I believe
I'm level 20 now.
one or both of those times the
That's it.
basically responded to address that in your closing argument.
Right.
So I think that he kind of got the message that he said, okay, if I object again to any of this kind of stuff, he's just going to come with the same thing, and so I might as well reserve it and not annoy the jury and
With objections,
save it.
the problem with objections is that if you overly object to something, it makes it seem like you're afraid of it, right? It's like it makes you seem like oh my god, it's saying something that's gonna hurt my case. So you want to use the objections strategically, but you don't
There's
want
some.
to be overzealous to make it seem like you're.
All right, hold on.
Run away from something. But I also think in response to this, I was questioning Binger's credibility. You know, when the opening, remember when we were told that the evidence is going to show that Rittenhouse was chasing guess what? He's just
I would have gone with the hand on the barrel. I would have done this because you run the risk of getting the judge to say, yeah.
Oh my god, come on. Why can't I hit nothing today?
In which case, even if you get to respond to it on rebuttal argument, you still have objectively sowed that seed right there. But for people who are saying, you know, Binger is not persuasive in substance. People just have to appreciate it's what
Got
people
him.
hate lawyers for, is that they will get up there and they will distort the facts and strawman them for their own position in a charismatic way. Like when Bill Clinton got up and said, "I'm not with that woman," it was charismatic, it was convincing, it was a
More
lie,
coming?
and that's what made it what it is, and that's what makes it so deceitful. So this is not to compliment Binger. It's just that his demeanor, his presentation gives persuasion to the outright evidence.
They're coming from northeast.
But Richards will have his turn. I disagree with Alita. He could object to Hillary's blue in the face. The judge is probably 99 out of 100 times going to say, rebut when it's your turn to rebut. Let him have his moment now to straw man all he wants.
The two things he had to about, the two are the two that Nate and Lugamar could cover. The hand in the wrong direction, because that's implying what Rosenbaum was doing and effectively wiping is wiping away his right to self-defense in theory, based on the way Dinger was presented. And it was a fact that was no evidence.
A lot of these shooting protesters in Wisconsin.
You have to object on
Fucking deer's still over there eating too.
a claim that is completely unsubstantiated by any evidence presented. And secondly, you have to put in there the point.
I like how this barrel started at the end, like you can put a suppressor on it.
Or Nate who was saying you can't over-object. Those two things, because the Zeminski thing creates the whole provocation. And that is the one thing that is the only way that this case can be saved by the state. You
Silver.
must object that, and if you overrule
What all those were.
I think that potentially creates
Silver.
an appealable error to reverse.
Ducks, but I don't think they're coming to us.
I don't see you sitting back on your hand.
I want to add that there's one more point that was
They're east, southeast.
particularly egregious, and that was when he stated that the law was that if you bring a gun and the other person doesn't have one, that you lose your right to gun. You lose your privilege to gun.
Yeah, they're coming.
You don't put that on rebuttal because it's a statement of law. He's contradicting the judge. You state, like, you've got to get the objection in there, I think.
I'm trying to live with the strategies that the defense has put forth here.
I don't think that's a viable strategy at this point.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Can we all say this? We just hope Richard is missing. If Richard's close,
Let's see what we got here.
that's going to be a horror.
Silver by you.
That's all I've been getting. I doubt you're gonna get a gold.
Silver.
I think you have to be really lucky if you get a gold.
Jury, what do you believe, me or your own eyes? I mean, he can do it all he wants. He can be wrong on the law, and going to Ian.
You got that one?
He can be wrong on the law, and then Richard or Syracuse.
I got that one.
He's wrong on the law. Carrying a gun means you're precluded.
I got that one.
They just said they didn't come out. They just said run out of
Oh,
that.
I got a gold. Oh, no, that you got a gold. Some bitch. Cheating. Aimbot.
Yeah, okay.
But it's
Well, the rebuttal goes to the prosecution.
Yeah, so well, that's what I mean. So you get the closing on the defense, and then Bingo will come back up and say, "No, he's wrong on me being wrong on the law," and then maybe you get the judge to determine that at some point. But
That's why I attacked Binger in my closing. All these, I'm looking at it from my perspective. I'm looking at it as all these lies and stuff are good, especially the lies that I can prove for the fact, because my closing is now written to address all that, right? Remember when he told you that? Guess what? None of the evidence. Remember when he told you that? Guess what? Remember when he told you? And if you go
Remember when you tried? Sorry, I'm totally interrupting.
Go ahead. No, exactly.
I was just gonna add in.
And the more you can build up, now you're questioning his credibility. And then we go into Viva's speech. Are you going to believe him, this guy who's told you all these false things, or are you going to believe your own eyes? Let's look. You know, what happened? Remember we said that Rittenhouse faced him? Well, do you believe him or do you believe your own eyes? Do you believe this? Hey, can you point in this video where you see the dimension? Matter of fact, can you even point to where you see the past? Obviously, it's hard to see. That's why. And I think if you would, I would attack Binger, but then I would do it in a way where I go through the evidence. I'm not sure if Richard is going to do that, but I think Binger has left himself open to that. So even on the rebuttal, I think Binger would have
I don't know what it is why you can't shoot them when they're in formation.
I don't know. Again, that's my.
I was going to add in, one of the things that I think would be great would be showing that, remember.
Have to put rapid fire mod on. Be like, there's more coming.
And because that was something that they were able to witness for themselves. But yeah, I completely agree with what Nate said.
It's your song again, Mia.
Right for them to use.
And I would take it one step further. I love your point, Sandy. I would take it one step further and say, apparently this thing is sitting on a different side than you and I are saying, because we all know what we saw. And this way you sort of make yourself aligned with the jury and get them to thinking the way you're thinking, and that you're both seeing the same trial. The state is just in la-la land, imagining that there's
more coming.
Is there, imagining that they're seeing Kyle there, and that just further, I think, would undercut this thing. I love that approach.
The other thing is,
go ahead.
We've seen this to be really political from the outset, and I think Nate's exactly right that if you start putting it on them in terms of their credibility, they'd rather save themselves than save the conviction here. You know, they spent a whole lot of time cross-examining on, we didn't really tell you to do that, right? You know, we're actually honorable people. They could end up in a situation where their entire rebuttal is actually, no, please don't disbar us, which would be fun.
Yeah, again, I don't know if this is smart to do the testing, but, because I was sitting there like, okay, you say all, and you're taking those notes, and I'm assuming they were, but I think this hurts the prosecutor more than it hurts the defense, because, like Vita said, it's like seeing video, you know?
Oh, and if I may,
we're not looking at what you're saying.
To the point where he says, there's no evidence that Rosenbaum was trying to take his gun. I would just pull up a tweet. Can you hear this? I mean, who would you read? You read that in. You read that in. Who are you going to believe? Who are you going to believe? Me or our witness that we brought to you? I mean, it's like...
No,
that's
the
what
prosecution brought to you.
This witness. Yeah, this witness. No, that's what I meant. We brought our own witness to testify. F you or you to the gun. But you didn't know anything. No, I just knew what he said and did after he cornered Kyle.
I think them fuckers went off that cliff.
Even if there were provocation in the first place, he still retreated and was still sound.
I have to do more to try to lose the entire chat because I want to do more of praising the devil here. I always personally like the harder position to fight from him. I like the more difficult position because it invokes problem solving. You know, Nick has
Ooh, maybe they didn't go off the cliff.
Runfel's done this, Nate has done this, Good Logic has done this, Eva's done this to some degree, writing.
I was sober.
Because it's relatively easy. The defense has so much to work
Bronze.
as we all know. There's so many different ways to write this, and all the ways they've come up with are great. And they're all mutually compatible with each other because the defense has so much to work with. What I really admire the prosecutor is because they're in a very difficult position.
So many dead birds over here.
So they have to figure out how to solve the problem. How do I solve the problem of creating something from nothing? Now, on an ethical
That's
level,
not admirable from a prosecutor.
Well,
Make up the
I
facts.
was saying, yeah,
The
well,
defense has to do that. Prosecutor in that situation, the admirable
Look, I'm
step
going
is to go.
to continue trying to praise the devil here and continue losing the chat. Like on an ethical level, they're not supposed to. You're right because they have a duty to justice and the truth and all the rest of it. So they're not supposed to be doing this. But given the fact that they are doing this, it's like, well, you found a way to solve the problem, and so I don't know if it's an engineering thing or, you know.
But the problem is
I've lost the entire chat. I can lose the entire panel. That's fine.
The problem is justice. You find a way to solve,
I'll be the guy. That's fine. I'll be me versus the rest of the panel. That'll be fine.
Singer is smart. He's doing extremely well. He's doing a good job. But I think the defense's position is harder now because they've had an opening. They've come into the opening. If they just read that opening, they need it. What they need is to take what they just heard and reform their opening. So their time is limited, and they have to be sitting on their feet because they have a lot to work with. But I think Richard is going to go and read his opening, and I think that I think he has to be able to sit on your feet and stuff because this guy's giving you everything. He's giving you the win. You've got to be able to go out there.
I'm not gonna fault anybody for saying for their but I think that one thing we have to keep in mind, the larger structural advantage of the prosecution Nick brought this up, the fact that the detectives were able to sit at the table. I think a lot of us agree that shouldn't be allowed, right? The fact that they've been allowed to bring evidence against the game. That's a huge structural advantage. So we just have to acknowledge
Yes, I just did. Have you used the 30-06 yet, or the M1?
No.
Oh.
Because then they wouldn't have as much to work from. Right? Some of the reason that they can
Might have shot a little bit high, though.
Because they have more to work from because the defense sucks.
Yeah, the quick question for the panel. If the defense rested and
You're the working man. That's what I
think they would.
I kind of think they would, yeah.
if they didn't put on the case.
Well, it depends. Is Richards the one closing? Then probably.
If it just rested, we wouldn't have this whole you pointed the firearm BS argument.
We wouldn't have the provocation. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We have no provocation. What the hell?
Oh,
would
you mean
they
rested
have?
their case in chief? No, I thought you meant
if
they're closed. I was confused.
No, just resting their case in chief.
Oh,
obviously.
yeah. If they just rested their case in chief, I think they would have been better off. Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, and again, for as good of a job as Kyle did on the witness stand, I think most of us would agree that he did pretty well actually being up there. A lot of the problems that we're seeing come from Kyle's testimony, and that's why we were all saying, and why you'll pretty much find every defense attorney saying, if you have any option to not, you do not put your defendant on the stand. You just
He's coming toward you.
Like normally in a self-defense case you have to, because usually you don't have this wonderful video that shows you, or you don't have the third-party witness who's like, he reached for the, he yelled "fuck you" and reached for the gun. You don't have that in most cases. Usually you've got, I met a guy in an alleyway and he's dead now, and I would really like to have some evidence that that guy was trying to kill my client first, and it's only my client who can testify to that. That's often where you're stuck with. Your client's got to get up on the stand there, because otherwise you can't even put the issue out there. But here, they had it. It's all on video.
all of the elements, not just on video, all of the testimony covered all of the major charges. You've got the video. I think the only one you didn't get from testimony is jump kicking him, because and the video shows him kicking Kyle in the face, but no one specifically testified to that other than the video. But that's fine. There's the video. You can see him kicking Kyle in the face after he's just.
I saw some tracks in that area earlier this morning. Hold
coming
on,
to you,
I'll
but
send the coordinates.
I want to warm up soup.
The other stuff, Rosenbaum is covered by Richie Newell and by Brando, talking about the threat. The big threat. If I get you alone, you've also got Balch testifying that he left Kyle alone and all that stuff, and Kyle's letting him alone. You got McGinnis even testifying that Kyle had nowhere left to go, that he was as far as he could go, and he was backed up. Then with Huber, you've got Gage Grossrich providing wonderful testimony that Huber was acting in a way in which Kyle needed to defend himself. He said he was worried, in his medical opinion as a licensed EMT, which they worked really hard to establish, that Kyle would sustain head trauma from a skateboard blow to the head from Huber. So you've got reasonable fear, even from one of the complaining witnesses. And finally, with Gage, you've got, of course, the amazing parade that went viral when he said, he didn't shoot at you until you pull your gun, step towards him, and pointed the gun at his face, right? Correct. So, I mean, you've got all of it. Most of it with video and testimony, and one thing with specifically video.
It's not about what you know. It's not about the fact of what the Kyle's argument, and I think the defense needs to see. And the key is, what do you see, or what is being said? Or something like that to sort of clarify that versus the fact. You know what? And then at the end, that's what if I could urge you, we all know the thing. Blood don't fit, you must cook, right? That was the fever and everybody, and if I say that, and everybody knows over it, right? And this is why every great case is getting off on Twitter is because the defense gives you the feeling that the shit that the jury is, this is really good about this. I believe it was still, I believe it was a test. Something like that, so they can find out on the first two.
I got it. Because I know John Cochran would have gotten Rosenbaum's priors in, so he would have had the line. Chase by a pedo, he's got to go. I mean, there you go. He would have had that in his
It's just funny. It's interesting, the prosecution lies. Over and over, with each one of them, the prosecution lies. And they lie so hard that they actually frivolous charges That's how badly they lie. It's only they no longer lie and have anyone reasonably believe it, that they ultimately have to drop the charges, and they should have dropped these charges from the beginning. But they've lied each and every step of the way. What the evidence doesn't show, McInnes, you didn't hear it in the drone footage? for them to deny and contradict.
Okay, I'm back.
The juice and pretend it has not been proven, they lie. And I might just say they lie all the time.
You're a fox.
But they might get objected to that. Though. You can't the prosecution is a liar.
Well, first of all, the judge already said it. I said, Your Honor, you already said that you don't believe him. I don't believe him. I don't believe him because he's not telling the truth.
So I want to point out a couple things here. I agree with Kurt that the DA's argument is really effective, but there was a direct relationship between the number of lies that he told and the misstatements about law that he told, and the powerfulness of his speech that he gave out there. So I don't know that I would definitely credit them for putting something together here, but the whole thing would not have been nearly as effective and powerful without the lies of law that Richard should have been objecting to left and right.
What? So what else is exciting in the world? Anything besides this? Whatever you and your mom watching that trial?
What's not? He wants us to entertain him. Entertain your fucking self.
No, that's too much work.
You're not wrong.
Well, now they had a toddler injured in a drive-by shooting, Mia.
Oh, I guess some kid that got transplanted at that stupid rap concert died.
What, huh?
Astro World thing last week.
Oh, the electronic music festival deal?
Whatever it is, yeah. Weird music.
It's just a damn, like a public rave deal.
I shot one of them.
Remember when raves used to be something you didn't talk about?
Yeah.
Yeah, they... They got tired of not being able to talk about Fight Club. So they changed ecstasy to Molly and MDMA and made like electronic music festivals okay.
I was like, F you, Goose, you're getting the M1.
God.
I got one of them though with it.
That's why it is morally offensive what Kurt is saying, although it's strategically correct. But in this particular context,
Kurt is saying it's not quite the way I hope you rephrase it.
Well, the strategy he is commending is morally reprehensible, which is why we all pretty much, I don't think there's many people who appreciate the lack of transparency of Winston. But strategically, it's prohibited respect in commercial litigation, family law, and perhaps in some defense attorneys, but not from a prosecution in this particular.
Yeah, it happened off of the 800 block of McKinley, Mia. And it was like it happened at 8:30 last night.
In this case, I could have said that there would be moments, not from a police perspective, not from a duty perspective, where if I'm sitting in the prosecutor's office, I say, I'm not sure we don't drop this, just based on the evidence that's actually presented to the jury. I don't think I can show that this actually happened the way we charged it, and that's not how prosecutions work. That's
Well,
not. It's kind of concept which is the prosecutor is supposed to be looking at more than just the ruling and conviction.
What are you shooting at? I heard you shooting.
A male, follow deer?
Some of the stuff
Yeah.
that Singer's been getting away with, I would expect that if I...
Oh, no way. Did I just buy shit ammo? Ah, you son of a...
The judge would be dropping my head out the window. You know...
What'd you supposed to buy shit ammo for?
20 hours on this video.
Well, I was buying the M1. I only had 3 M1, 30-06s. Oh my! Why am I buying that?
I think the judge would be saying, "Oh, Mr. Runkle,
Because this thing's up.
give you the recess to call the losses."
The whole
Because after that, I'm
store mechanics and all the shit is just kind of garbage.
An analogous product of defense, fight tooth and nail, calls 50 witnesses from
That was my first kill up the M1. Double lunged it and initially fell over and died.
Yeah, it'll kill everything. It kills everything.
Does it kill Beefalo?
I never come across them to find out. Guess we'll have to go over there and see if we can find some and see what happens. What time is it? It's only, yeah, it's 9 o'clock in game, so we could. I mean, it's not far from here. We could go walk that direction.
Going up again. You really need to give us a dog at the trees, dead birds.
And they still were saying, we still want this to go to New Jersey. That shows you they're keeping this to convict. They don't give a damn about it. And this, you know, and we can try to analogize it to civil litigation, but like the person in the chat just said, about prosecutors have a higher duty. They are duty bound by the ethical code to seek justice, not conviction.
I got all but one of them. And it was the one that you shot, and I was like, damn it. Why is it when I'm ready to move fucking locations, stuff starts showing up? Got that one in the neck.
By the way, Ron Coleman is in the house, and we are now playing with this a full invoice, people. You can't get more together on an invoice.
Yeah. Hi guys, I'm about to have my wisdom tooth yanked out, but I just wanted a better seat for the discussion for this one.
Got that one in the foot.
Your dentist has a nice law library behind him.
Well, if your landing gear is broke, you can't land.
After the wisdom teeth removed, that'll go viral.
You're gonna feel terrific.
Ron is gonna feel the same way you feel.
Got more coming. Oh, they're gone. They're way by.
Yeah, Ron, you won't need anesthesia at all. You can just actually have.
You got this one.
Richard do the closing argument.
That one that said you killed.
You'll probably pass out immediately.
Yeah, I was about to say because I do need anesthesia. This needs to bring me. That is painful. That is painful. The whole thing's been painful. I mean, I was saying to some of the guys, I think it was maybe in the Northwest
To the west.
Yeah, I seen them.
Anytime, if you're used to trying to be the chair at a trial.
Oh, wrong gun.
Wrong gun. Certainly watching a trial that is interesting is even worse.
Yeah, I missed him.
Watching a trial where there's been where the lawyering has not necessarily represented master class type examples of how to execute the craft is it can really do a number on your blood pressure because you're sitting here curling your toes and you're constantly.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna go walking about over there, let's
you're in the passenger seat, you keep hitting the brakes.
go find some big stuff to kill.
It's very frustrating.
Oh, and I leveled up a while, like the last round of geese.
I would exactly. It's great at it. It'd be cool,
But let me take this off. Gotta take one of my shotguns off.
I only have one on. One shotgun, I'm fucking in the 22.
I'm gonna put the 454 on.
I'll definitely, if I ever see Barnes in the background and you're on,
don't even ask.
I'm definitely going to say,
Want to
"Keep it
take
off the stream so I can get
the
a
goose
picture.
call off?
What are you doing?
So we can sit in
Even
here
if there's
like
room
this.
for both.
And I'm going to put on the pig call.
Some mistakes that are excusable mistakes, and there's some strategy that's strategic. There's some things that
Okay, I got red deer wild boar scent.
flaws that you get no net positive from, so they're not bandits, they're just sacrifices.
Binoculars.
To the question,
I can't put it. I was going to put a 10 on.
we better off now had the defenses closed.
Oh, well, I guess I can.
They did well up until calling Rittenhouse, which I think they, even through their witnesses, they got into good information. And that, even though I think Rittenhouse testified as well as humanly
All right.
possible,
I put a 10 on. I put a big backpack on in my big tent.
justice, it was about getting the one or two sound bites.
Let's see what we got.
You know Binger's going to recite with his eloquent, well-spoken, soft demeanor that he got, in as much as they got, Grosstrokes to say correct for the pointing the gun, they got Rittenhouse to say that he pointed the gun, which probably was not even accurate in his own mind, but they got the sound bite. And that's the devastating thing about this, is it's not about justice, it's about getting the soundbite to win the argument. So up until Rittenhouse, despite his wonderful testimony, I think they scored good stuff with even their witnesses. Hernandez, I think, was not a net positive, but I don't think it was that net negative. But it was right up until Rittenhouse. I think that's played out with the fears that most people had in the first place.
However, I will say that with that cross-examination,
Okay.
You know, there was a I think, and I would think that there was an attention difference between the two cross-examinations. Frostwith and
Something's over here cheaping at us.
that one was super fast.
Well, I can't get it to
super sharp,
show up, so I don't know.
were able to
Oh yeah, every three levels you get a that gives you a point. So
absolutely no guarantee that the jury heard any of those zingers
I
because it
had the
was
same
so
thought.
long.
I had the same thought, but remember what Aviva, just as I thought, Aviva heard this. And he said, no, the problem isn't whether they paid attention. They definitely did not pay attention. It's that the prosecutor can repeat them and put them back in Kyle's mouth.
oh, I guess I will put on.
About really attacking
prosecutor's credibility.
Exactly, the credibility of the prosecution. Attacking them is super important because if the jury says, well, he's saying it, but I don't actually remember him saying that. You know, I don't remember that Rittenhouse actually said that, but the Binger saying that he said that. But Binger also tried to get Bruin to give his testimony according to Bruin, and he also
These
tried to
fuckers
do
are waiting.
the other thing. You know, so all of that can kind of like come to sort of help the defense if they are able to capitalize on it.
Some people in the chat saying Hernandez was useful to show that they were rioters who said what millions believed. I agree. But ultimately, you didn't need Hernandez to prove that what was
I got one with a pistol.
because Binger himself admitted it. So even that.
And it was in
Hernandez
every video.
Yeah, and well, Hernandez, think about this, people. I think people forget. They're in a 60% Democratic district, right? Most of the people on that jury are Democrats. When Hernandez took the stand, it was obvious he was biased. He had a right-wing, super right-wing leading bias.
Yeah, that's what you get, Bird.
That's the reason why Hernandez, even though his information wasn't good, I think you'd have to be ridiculously naive.
Oh, that mother was way out there. Like flying straight away from me, and I shot him in the beak.
That's the reason why I think Hernandez is a bad thing. In this sense, Hernandez is not needed. He just wasn't needed.
I just look at this with my, you know, I've been on Team Kyle for the whole time. I've always thought he's innocent.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but with that, if I'm looking at Hernandez's testimony, going, this seems pretty biased and pretty slanted, then I have
All these
to think
commercials
that
for
he's
machine learning.
even remotely neutral or for the state.
But we made you.
10 times more than I am, and that was my problem. Like, he had some good facts for sure that would have been useful, but I think his belligerence.
Yep, shot it right in the skull. Right in the skull.
Alienating the same way that James Roseberg's testimony was alienating. It just sort of makes you cringe. And you don't want anything that's going to have the jury look.
I know we got to go to the west more.
You know, Nate, I wonder whether it's
Where the
really the case that, I mean,
buffaloes be.
Where the buffaloes roam.
Democrat,
Mhm.
pretty much isn't it. It's half and half. And this, I don't think they're Democrats, and then there are Democrats. These are not San Francisco Democrats. These are not inner city Democrats. I know Kenosha is. You know,
I got to go back in here and.
what Kenosha was 50 years ago, but this is still bread and butter America. I think, you know, and there are a lot of people who are Democrats because they're union people, or because of, you know, it just culturally makes sense for them. But lots of Democrats are very, very reasonable people. It's not like the DC.
I can go from
juries in the district
0 to 82, 0 to 328.
DC, even
Yeah, 82, 164, and 328.
not to convince a Republican. No, that's a ridiculous. I don't even think the Southern District is as bad as that.
Yeah, so every 3 levels you should get
Kenosha,
something.
I would be a little bit more inclined to think.
Once you get
as
to,
Brad was saying, these are regular people. These are
what am I at?
regular people.
When you get into like 36, I think is when it starts doing that.
My only report is that someone who came out there with a clear body. I think
And I got a tent, right? I said I had. Gonna, yep, got a tent.
I
came across very
So now you have somebody who's extremely political on the scene that everybody.
Is there a way to switch between what you're shooting in the
There was no way that helped his credibility.
grilling?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't tried it, so I don't know.
When his name is brought up, like, oh, you talking about the guy who was obviously biased, or that didn't help. That hurt the
And I'm the litmus test because I didn't really know who Drew Hernandez was. I didn't.
I'm trying to plan. We got to either go way south and then across. We could do that. Let's do that.
Right wing, and when I'm watching, it's like bigot.
So we take this road and just go south.
I'm strictly saying based on the stereotypes.
Apparently, you've never heard the last name Fuente.
Press R and hold.
I'm saying, strictly from a clean slate, politically, that was my, I'm watching it as a clean slate, and then I'm starting to hear his testimonies, and then I get the impression that I have to ask people in the chat, what are his leanings politically? I don't know his content. Some people are saying he was an essential witness because he got in 2 very detrimental facts, one being the prosecution was not interested in his video evidence, which was great, and 2, it got in the video evidence itself. But it is just the fact that when someone comes out, again, when the late motif becomes irritating, the rioters, and the evasive answering certain questions, I'm always scared of rioters, where he was avoiding the questions, then it doesn't look like you can disregard a lot of it, but you can't disregard the video evidence. And that, coupled with the other guy, the photographer, who testified to the fact that the prosecution asked him to change his testimony, you're getting some evidence of, arguably, I'm not trying to encourage the malicious prosecution side, but you're getting into that. And so in that sense, it was useful, but could have been better, perhaps, and could have been a little more natural and a little less eager to continue to repeat his late motif.
And that's why I like McGinnis's testimony.
Why is that what you're carrying as drilling?
Yeah.
So by underselling it, it was almost like he wasn't really interested one way or another.
Because supposedly the ammo will take down the beefalo, and the slugs will take down the deers.
Got this impression that he wanted to say certain things.
Otherwise, I have this and the M1, and then my 22.
So the guy that got killed yesterday's name was Ding Ding.
Somebody ring his bell.
Oh, I think that's who they tried to fucking get Thursday when there was that shooting over by East and then the car chase. Because this was over on the same fucking, off of Fremont too, and it happened yesterday morning. So somebody definitely did not like this motherfucker. I mean, that's just, what are the coincidences of a shooting within 4 days on the same fucking street,
Mm-hmm.
Somebody did not like that motherfucker.
When I got concerned, and that's when I decided to come out and really help. So that to me, I think was a bit more effective than Hernandez's version of telling the overarching thing.
But think about this. So all the other witnesses, can anyone definitively say what based on their testimony?
Gage Grosskreutz? Gage Grosskreutz?
Living that thug life.
Bruh.
Bruh.
I think Rambo's.
But everybody gonna be like, he was such a nice person. He wasn't nice to somebody because they done fucked him up. All it takes is one.
She's like, I'm an LBJ Democrat through and through.
Well, I came with Grambo's clean slate also. I didn't know who she was until a little bit ago.
Have you noticed most of the black kids that are getting killed here seem to be like 2nd generation fucking, what are they, Sudanese?
Same thing with the photographer guy.
Mm-hmm.
But but true. Gross Couch,
Or the, like...
no denying the political affiliation there. That was,
Viva, Viva, get off my stream.
Okay, I'm gonna go walk a dog, play with some kids. I'll be back. Play with my. I'll be back. I'm done. Okay, I'll see you at a good time.
Bye, Vivo.
See you, Viva. All right, bye bye.
There he is. There he is.
What? How, Viva, you were supposed to leave.
I gotta go. Well,
wow.
Robert, I'll say hi. I do have to walk the dog.
Ron's going to the dentist.
I got there was like 3 geese over in this way. I got that picked up.
Ron has to get some teeth pulled, which is.
There's one in front of you. Oh, you walked by one. What's wrong with you?
What's up, Mr. Barnes?
I didn't walk over there. I didn't fucking move. Yeah, there's a deer over here somewhere, but.
Binger's getting a very effective prosecution code.
Doggy got scared off.
Not a surprise. And he lied about taxable law. Also not a surprise.
So what are they doing? What's going on with this trial? They taking a lunch break? Cause that was
probably.
Is it Chinese food? Is it Chinese food for today?
No, I don't know.
Depends entirely on them finding beyond reasonable doubt the provocation occurred, and that the provocation occurred in a particular manner that required retreat. Because you could provoke and still have no duty to retreat if you withdrew and gave notice of withdrawal, and arguably running away from someone is evidence of both withdrawal and notice to the other person. Hey, look, they're running away. Leonard Skinner said give me 3 steps. Rittenhouse Kyle took about 30 steps. And then again, we turned around and looked at him with the gun and then ran away again. Arguably, that was a second opportunity of notice of withdrawal and running away.
I love this headline. Here's the best headline I've seen all day. President Biden's historic $1 trillion infrastructure bill may not be as transformative as first promised. No fucking shit, you fucking idiots. Fucking Captain Obvious. Trump ally Steve Bannon taken into custody on contempt charges. Like this guy's some kind of fucking third world terrorist.
You see the video about Trump calling Pence a pussy?
Yeah. I seen that earlier. Well, dude kinda is. I mean... you can't be offended when it's a fact. I'm just saying. I mean... Like, it's kind of like that. You can't be a tough guy if you ain't never been punched in the fucking face.
Not a surprise if he doesn't know what he's doing, because he hasn't known he's doing the entire trial. But he will be given close, so we'll see how that turns out. Hopefully,
I know I watched some of that.
But yeah, not a surprise.
What is it? The Ahmaud Arbery's trial thing this morning. And that courtroom, you talk about a small ass courtroom.
Is that the one about the kid that was or the guy that was off running and the fucking idiot chased him down and killed him?
Yeah, the black guy in Georgia. Yeah.
I gotta find it, but there's a particular chat that came in that I need to read really quick. And if I can't find it in 2 seconds, I'll just go ahead and improvise it because I already know what it says.
Yeah, that was a tiny ass courtroom.
This stream is brought to you by the Dragon's Treasure.
What I saw of it anyway, I was like, Jesus. I was like, our living room looks bigger than that.
If you go to dragonstreasure.com, it's loose leaf tea, it's high quality, it's really good stuff. Honestly, I've tried it personally and I really like it. But if you go there and use 4 doors more whores at checkout, you do get an extra 10% off of your purchase.
Wait, if we go where?
Down. Keep going this way. Oh, it's somebody talking.
There's a company. It sponsors. What's his name? But it's a tea company. But there's if you go and check out and use the code 4 doors more whores, get a discount.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm predisposed averse to anyone who uses a PowerPoint literally ever. If you bring a PowerPoint and you start...
Yeah, they've been doing that since last Wednesday, I think, last Thursday. Somebody in Nick's stream? Yeah.
Last night, one of the CBD companies like, hey, we want to sponsor you. He's like, send me an email. Want to go, motherfucker?
time it happened in college.
Your mom told me that was like some of that fake CBD shit, though. Hey, squat down. Hey, why are you running?
I'm not
Or why
running.
you yeah, you're walking fast, making all kinds of racket. There it is. There it is. Went to the left.
There's one right in front of me. I see you walking to the left. There's herds of them. You ain't gonna see just one. There's herds.
Somehow he didn't like using him. He's an old school defense lawyer.
Are you gonna try to hunt a buffalo with a fucking pistol?
It's a 454 Casull. What are you talking about, fool?
Kevin Guff for Roddy Roddy.
I don't think it'll do anything to the buffalo.
I shot one of them over there. I got big old buffalo patties over here. They're not buffalo. They're European bison. Jeez.
Buffalo.
They're bison. Yeah, I'd never heard one before. That's the first time I've actually seen one in the game.
Yeah, and you never find them by themselves. They're always in a fucking group.
Well, I'll say this: the defense has blown up that case.
Well, yeah, if the world wants to try to eradicate you, you're going to spend your time in a group.
It got so bad they got Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton doing like.
That's what the Jews did.
Hey, be careful what you say. Think about what you're saying.
What? It's fact. That's what Israel is.
I swear to God, I hit one of them, but I don't see no blood.
Was that what was that it called over there?
A bison.
But they all went to the east.
That's what I thought.
Into the house, armed, right? They're always armed because they thought Marta already had committed burglaries in the neighborhood. They've been looking for him for 2 or 3 months, and the police had said we think he may be armed, so they were searching for him armed like maybe 10 days before this. And then
Guess we could track them that way. I guess we didn't have to cross the river to find any.
hey, if this guy comes around, these guys will detain
It is a bison, a female bison.
Doing a warning call.
Yeah, but I didn't see her. Did you?
I don't see any of them over there, so. And it's not like it's a hard thing to miss.
I don't know. There's another bedding thing over here, and I don't know what that one is.
And also too,
This one over here is.
Small female.
Which is crazy. Because that's all we've been hearing. He's a dog.
What?
Yeah, how much is left in Armory?
Red fox bedding area. So the foxes are hanging out with the bison.
But
There's still plenty of time.
Yeah, but and the homeowner, he was totally destroyed on Facebook. I'm talking about he was like all his lives came out. He was even him going on Homo show and telling lies.
Got one of them stupid spam
One time they were like,
accounts. Fucking messaging in my Twitch, trying to be like, 5 views.
Hmm.
If I had money, I wouldn't be on Twitch. Wouldn't need to buy the views.
I still think about that though, because like, so we're talking about what, it was in November, right? Or December. What month were they talking about?
Well, he was there 3 different times.
Well, no, but that particular one where he
That particular time, it was the middle of November.
Okay, middle of November. We're talking about Georgia. We're not talking about Chicago or New York. So, like, coming from Southern California, I have gone on a.
Oh no, that thing I watched last night, Jason Mewes was telling fucking Devo, he's like, man, you should try Twitch.
Time that you experience. So, and it's not.
Well, T-Pain is also telling him about Twitch too, and he's like, I tried it once. He was like, but I couldn't get into it, or he's like, I couldn't understand it, why people would do it, or whatever. And then T-Pain was like, I make more money off Twitch than I do selling records.
Yeah.
Well, that's because he makes shit music. I'm just saying.
But dude, T-Pain on Twitch is actually crazy. He does a really good job.
Much more suspicious if he was wearing a parka in the middle of summer. Because then he's concealing something.
But is he better than Alinity with a fucking horse head? I'm just asking. I'm asking for a fucking...
Absolutely.
Or Amaranth or whatever.
Amaranth, yeah. And bitch is licking the two-eared mock. Yeah, fuck you. That shit makes me want to throw the fuck up.
I found him,
that
Chris.
redheaded cunt.
And the other problem for him was he kept calling 911 on
I shot him 4 times.
My shoulder! Scared?
Hell yeah! Why do you think I stood behind that tree? I ain't stupid.
You reeled the shit out of this one. You even hit it in the lungs. And the last round I hit, blew through its shoulder and hit its lung.
I shot that first one. I shot it with the M1, right? I shot him in the right lung, and then I got him in like right above the spine, and then almost in the neck, in his spine. Then I got him in the pelvis, and then I got him in the left lung. Yeah, so I got him a few times.
I think the one that ran Annis is the one I shot at. So.
Yeah.
And I don't see the blood. Oh, they're back from lunch.
I don't know if that was the only bull in that group or not.
See, that's what I was trying to figure out which ones the bulls were. I think they went and messed with it, because I've been only finding like one bull in big groups of females, or nothing but females. And...
You may not like it, but that's not a basis for a murder charge. You gotta have facts.
Rabbit Town. No rabbits around now.
I got scared off from shooting buffaloes.
The stampeding buffaloes?
Yeah.
Literally in history that's ever gone to court. It shouldn't be there.
It would be hard to find a better substitute. I challenge you to come up with one.
I'll be back to the problem with prosecution. The fact that this is going to be at least a little bit of a roll of the dice because self-defense is just about immortal is at least somewhat unfair on its face.
That's a pig. Running right in front of you.
Is the one that the only person that said he wasn't the racist. It's like, huh? Roasted Bob is screaming the other.
That was a deer ram behind you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to continue on. I hope your full stomachs won't distract you too much from the presentation here. So I had been talking about the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum.
We both shot that pig.
I'm trying to go in chronological order. I'm trying to go through the events in a way that makes the most sense. So count one of the information is with regard to Joseph
We both shot. Oh, I shot that pig twice.
The second count of the information pertains
One I picked up, you shot it in the ass.
He testified that he was in the line of fire behind Joseph Rosenbaum as the defendant fires 4 rounds with.
Make sure that there's no blood trails back here. But them were the ones that were back here that I shot. Yeah.
body armor.
What are they all down by the water?
Basically, where they're going now.
Target and continue flying on. Richard McGinnis testified that when those shots went off, he thought he had been hit. One of the rules that I think most people who are familiar with firearms knows is all...
I saw some tracks in that area earlier this morning. Hold on, I'll send the coordinates.
This is true when you're hunting, it's true when you're target shooting, and obviously it's true when you've got an AR-15 in downtown Kenosha in the middle of protests with houses and people nearby. But there's no indication that defendant cared.
All I got is a big old cliff in front of me.
About his background. Cared one bit about where those bullets were going to go.
You
As I
actually
said,
haven't proven that he didn't
Richie
care.
McGinnis in danger.
Inverting the burden of proof.
Richie McGinnis, after this incident, you've seen on the videos, goes to try and
You got a big cliff in front of you too. Yeah, you got it.
Joseph Rosenbaum.
That's what the,
And has his
that's
own
all
video
is.
shows when he first gets there, he finds Mr. Rosenbaum's body face down on the ground. And I'm going to play this exhibit 15 for you.
Big resting ring.
He's not answering because he can't hear you.
I said no.
Oh. No, you said there's a pig resting ring. Your mom's like, you need crackers? You're like, pig resting.
No, I said no, and I said big resting area.
You're like, no, pig resting. Pig not one cracker today.
No pig, my cracker.
Yeah. Oh, there's a shed over here, Chris. Literally, there's a shed and a shed.
Fuck. I swear I just seen something over there too.
Follow deer drinking area. Yeah, I don't know how they came out of like that field. We were following them buffalo, and then all that stuff was out there, and the buffalo was raising hell, and then next thing I knew, all them pigs were coming. Might have to mark this place as put a couple of tents on it so we can. And you said you found a thing on that side of it?
The thing? What do you mean the thing? Oh yeah.
Oh, way up there on the court by the intersection, yeah. Okay.
You just heard them.
Because on this side, I found a water, and that was the water for the fallow deer.
They just knew somebody needed help. And while that's going on, the defendant flees.
And I was like, I feel like I'm stuck in here now. I gotta figure out a way out of here.
The body of the man that he just shot and killed.
There's a fallow
And as he's running
up there.
off, he's lying to the crowd about what just happened. This is exhibit number 12.
Yeah, it's right behind that shed. There's on the table.
Exactly a mistake in Kyle's testimony, in my opinion. He should not have said that he said he didn't shoot him.
The defendant says he pulled a gun. That statement, he pulled a gun, was a lie.
Was that put to him in the cross?
Not true.
Okay.
The defendant
That bison was trying to come at me, bro.
Trying to get up there.
Had to call it.
You just started blasting?
Oh yeah, I hit it like 4 times.
defendant is lying to save his own skin.
I hit it
Instead of going
in the
into
right
battle.
front leg, then I hit it in the right lung, the right lung, and the right lung.
Gage Grosskreuz's Facebook Live video.
Yeah, this intersection might be a good spot.
As they're running, Mr. Grosskreutz asks the defendant, "Did you just shoot someone?" And the defendant says something about the police and then says, "I did not shoot anyone." And this is similar to the lie that he told Jason Lukowski at exactly that same time. As he passes Mr. Lukowski, he says, "I did not shoot anyone." And that was established through Mr. Lukowski's testimony. And again, I think it's worth emphasizing at this point that Jason Lukowski had just met the defendant.
Well, you don't have to run. We could push over this hill, and I think it opens into a big field. Ow.
Mr. Lukowski got there about 10:45.
How do you not have these timestamps? How do you not have these timestamps?
This is Gage Grosskreutz running towards danger, running to try and help.
That's why he has his phone out. He's running towards danger to help.
He's running towards danger to help.
Well, ain't that what heroes are supposed to do? Run towards the danger, not run away?
They're trying to say some camera guy running towards the danger for help. Oh, the one that caught up to Rittenhouse that recorded him. Well, if that's the case, then you put yourself in danger, so...
Listen to the second thing he says.
Some barns over there.
I understand the lying is going
Man.
but I think it also represents a state of mind if you're trying to show self-defense and trying not to escalate things.
It's hard to tell what his exact words are. I hear the word not.
Can go either way.
Pretty clearly in there. As in, I did not shoot anyone. I did
The
not
jury
do
can't
anything.
actually hear it. Finger's got to make it up.
Jason Lukowski, he lies to. The crowd, he lies to. Gage Grosskreutz, he lies to. So at this point, the crowd is dealing with what they perceive to be an accident. Someone who has just shot someone, who is still in possession of the gun, who is fleeing the scene. And how are we supposed to know where he's going next? You know, all night that the crowd has been hearing the sound of gunshots.
A chuggo log.
Firecrackers.
Hmm?
Now, someone actually has been shot. The crowd sees the defendant running with a gun.
You don't have jungle love? And it's not making you crazy?
He shot someone. This is provocation. This is someone who has committed a criminal act.
Bruce at Knoxville tonight.
And what?
Bro, simping him.
That crowd to believe at that moment that he is a threat to kill again. The defendant could have made it unequivocally clear what he was doing. He could have stayed at Mr. Rosenbaum's body, help protect him, help preserve his life. Call 911. As he's running, he could have announced to the crowd exactly what he was doing. Told them. He could have fired warning shots to try and help keep him away. He could have dropped the gun.
He could have fired a warning shot.
And surrendered.
He did, into his head.
That's what they just said. He could have fired a warning shot.
I was doing more against the law.
It's more dangerous.
Yeah, because he was on concrete or pavement, if I remember correctly.
And whatever goes up must come down.
Yeah, so either you shoot into the ground.
So ricochets and hit somebody.
Yeah, that you didn't intend to hit, or you shoot into the air, which is illegal.
see you, and this is not a
I don't think it was jungle love. I think it was malaria that was making him mad.
minimal, least intrusive means they could have used deadly force against you.
They did.
They could have shot at you.
Some ivermectin or whatever that shit's called.
Somebody comes up behind him and knocks his hat off. Anthony Huber comes up with a skateboard, and the defendant blocks it with his arm, and then the defendant falls to the ground on his own. No one knocked him down. This man that the defense wants to call Jump Kick Man, he's got no weapons, no gun, no knife, no nothing, comes in and tries to kick the defendant in the face. Anthony Huber comes back and tries to grab the gun, actually does grab the defendant's gun, and tries to pull it away because he's trying to disarm an active shooter. And Gage Grosskreutz comes running in, stops with his hands up in the air until he sees and hears the defendant adjusting his weapon as he's turning to fire again. And then what does Gage Grosskreutz do? He reaches for the gun to try and disarm the defendant. Gage Grosskreutz had his own gun in his own hand. He
What?
could have aimed it and fired at the defendant.
He reached for his gun to try to disarm him. Yeah, well, he got disarmed. Somebody got disarmed.
Yeah.
That is a decision that he was not.
Got his pecker beater blown up.
He is not the type of person.
Guess they haven't seen that movie. Keep your hands off. Keep your dick beaters off the rabbit.
Continually, very easily. There is a video. This is the BG on the scene video, which traces this entire incident, which we call the second event. This is going to show you Mr. Huber, Grosskreutz.
I'm surprised the Call of Duty community ain't over here throwing a fit because they were like, because he played Call of Duty. It's all Call of Duty's fault. Always has been. What do you? I mean, come on. Everybody knows that video games make people do stupid shit. God, where have you been?
Obviously not playing Call of Duty.
No, they're probably fucking playing fucking Clam Digger.
The one dude, the nerdy dude from Canada, was like, I grew up playing Duck Hunt, so that means I'm just gonna go out. I don't care about duck lives.
Oh yeah, Viva.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you talk about Viva, you can't just say in Canada because that motherfucker lives in Quebec.
Mm.
And Quebec's where they want shit in French. You gotta know how to speak French and English.
Oh.
But it's also where the fucking, what, Mohawks or whatever the fuck they are? Or like, fuck your bullshit in the 70s and like, took the tank from the National Guard and shit. Iroquois? I don't know what they are. What are they? Do you know? Mohawks and something else, right? It's like what Daryl is. Like them kind of.
He's Mohawk. Mohawken. Mohican, whatever.
Mohican?
Mohicans, last of the Mohicans.
Without a care in the world for anything.
All I know is Daryl's one of the last people that know how to speak their language.
About a block away from the police line, right down the road. If the defendant's so concerned about his safety, the police are right there. And in fact, they pull up.
Because I know
scene almost instantly.
he has like a fucking what is it? A native language radio show? That's what he does. That's what his job is. Like he does like one of them internet radio stations on their reservation.
No assistance. Makes no attempt to try and help anyone else. All he cares about is himself. We have taken that video and we have broken it down into individual frames. And I want to take you through frame by frame the incident with Gage Grosskreutz. Because a lot has been made about Mr. Grosskreitz's motions and what he does and where he goes and things like that. So I think it's helpful for us to take a look at this. So this is Exhibit 80, beginning with frame 3.
Run out in the open, I dare you.
At this point, you can see that Anthony
I dare you, dear. Run out in the open.
Shot in the chest. The wound has entered his lower left rib
Go
cage
kickflip.
and is wound up almost exiting into his right shoulder. It is ripped through his ribs, his heart, his aorta, and
In his heroism.
That and I don't know why I'm getting so much credence, Mia. I'm getting your favorite band in the world. I think that's a sign.
Got shot in the heart and it severed his aorta.
Mia hates CCR.
What?
Yeah, she.
Who the? No, tell her she's dead to me.
Terry said you're dead to him.
Can't hate CCR. What the fuck?
I think she don't like them. I don't like. I mean, I like their music. I don't. That's one of them bands that are kind of a.
Oh yeah, I don't.
Aired their dirty laundry, and it's like you're all a bunch of fucking kind of greedy cunts. But
Yeah, I don't give a shit about the people.
yeah, she watched. I mean, she did sit and watch a documentary about John Fogerty and all the shit. Like he made them put their band on hold while he went and served his fucking time in Vietnam.
Mm.
And I think that's kind of what separated him from the rest of them.
Yeah.
You think they played this at his funeral? Hold on.
Maybe.
Oh.
Interpret it that way. At this point, he'll never take his hand off the pistol.
I think probably thinking to himself, if I can get away, I will.
I think they're going to play fucking War Machine by Kiss at the end of this trial for Kyle.
Yeah.
Somebody had that in a meme the other day. It was the idiot all crunched over. It's from the other sidewalk. The fucking picture they won't show. When he's grabbing his chest. Yeah, and you fucking click play on it, and it's like shot through the heart.
Oh yeah, I forgot he fucking heart shot that one.
Well, that guy did it to himself because he yanked on
Yeah.
Kyle's gun and right into his chest. It's like you're an idiot.
So I can smash my head through my glass desk.
None of these frames.
He assaulted
I mean, I
him,
guess-
and then pulled
I
that
guess-
gun in himself.
I guess I look at it like this. You know, if it would have been anybody else and they would have had a claw hammer, you still would have been dead. So.
Yep.
Therefore, he shouldn't have shot him when it was.
And he admitted it was.
Yeah.
You think the jury doesn't know?
I mean, I don't know why they're just like them. I mean, you know that them fucker, they were there with the intent to fuck people's shit up.
Yeah.
Does Wisconsin have the trial by combat?
Oh, trial by mutual combat?
Yeah.
No.
Maybe that needs to come
Plus,
around.
those
Maybe
pussies,
that.
it wouldn't have been mutual.
I think that's what. I think that's what Kyle should have hit him with.
His hands are in the air. He's backing away from the defendant.
Like I already got 3. Fourth wouldn't make him. Would it change?
The defendant start to manipulate that gun in such a way that it makes Mr. Grosskreutz feel like he's about to be shot. And only then does he take action. What action does Mr. Grosskreutz take? Does he hold that gun with both hands, the Glock that he's got, and point it at the defendant? No. Never.
But they did dismiss weapons charges, so they can't use that shit against him.
No. Never.
Did he point that gun with both hands at him?
With his left arm forward.
What do you mean with both hands?
The idiot was just like, well, did he point that Glock at him with both hands?
Reaching for the
Then he
No
wasn't in a
matter.
danger.
You don't have to fucking have both hands on it to fire it, you dick.
You can see now.
Exactly.
And he's like, he ran at him with his left hand forward. Maybe when he shot the fucking second one, he should have been like, do what I usually do, turn around and be like, nah, nope, fuck that.
He should have done the exact same thing that I told you, get you out of a rape charge. You just gotta yell, just kidding.
Just kidding.
It's a prank, bro, it's a prank.
I thought it was a prop gun. I thought it was a prop gun.
From just 2, maybe 3 feet away.
I mean, it is a prop gun. It was his property, so it's a prop gun.
Maybe they need to call Alec Baldwin, or have him fucking testify what makes difference.
At no point.
And I wonder, did he have both hands on the gun when he fired at them?
I think that just proves never give somebody with colored hair a fucking gun. Or let them handle firearms to give to somebody else.
501 one, the bullet has hit Mr. Grosskreuz's right bicep, severing it.
Who carries body armor in their car?
I'm going to continue forward after this.
Somebody who owns body armor. I would.
Somebody that's not an idiot. Somebody that lives an hour and a half from Chicago.
Like a bunch of people from Iowa. It's like, that's not a normal thing?
Yeah, no shit. When you live, yeah.
You don't.
when you're in between Milwaukee and Chicago, yeah.
Is the fact that Mr. Grosskreutz just had his right bicep severed. It's not a voluntary action.
When you got Chirac and
Chirac, what the fuck?
Chirac and Milwaukee.
Somebody was like, when I was 17, I had a loaded rifle. I always had a loaded rifle on my, or when I turned 18, I had a loaded rifle in my truck all the time. And somebody was like, and then they're like, when I turned 21, then it turned into having a loaded pistol in the truck all the time.
Yeah.
And then they're like, hell, if it was hunting season, then it was a loaded shotgun in there too.
Pull that trigger without a working bicep muscle.
Again, where's the evidence on that?
Did he just say he can't use that pistol because you don't have a working bicep muscle?
Not now.
Well, that now means nothing. We're not talking about now, douchebag.
If someone has a gun, they're a threat. If someone points a gun, they're a threat. There's only one exception to that.
I like how you always give me crackers and I never open them, yeah. If I have bread and crackers, all I'm ever going to open is the... All I'm going to eat is the bread. I never even open the crackers.
Because that's how lazy you are? You're like, I really want fucking...
Well, if I have bread to soak up my juices, I don't need crackers to do it.
But
There's no exception that says, anyone else has a gun, you're a danger, except for Kyle Rittenhouse.
What? What's the bet for?
Law that says, if you
your
point gun,
juices.
oh, that makes you a threat, and I can kill you. Except for Kyle Rittenhouse. I can do it on my own.
If you point a gun at somebody...
Okay, the chowder part of my soup.
He just trying to say if you point a gun... Rittenhouse was the only one that thought if you point a gun at somebody, you're a threat to him.
Huh?
I think if anybody points a gun at you, they're a threat to you.
Yeah, pretty much. Not for fucking long.
The problem is that this defense has not shown themselves to be great at dealing with anything.
God, please let there be some old people on this fucking jury.
Your mom said that 5 of them people are outdoorsmen.
Good.
Of Gage Grosskreuz's injuries.
You gotta think. Really, the only places that are urbanite type centers would be like main part of Kenosha, Milwaukee, Madison. Them places, you gotta remember, Wisconsin's just like Iowa, lots of rural.
I hope there's a lot of people out there that are like hearing this dude and just being like, are you fucking stupid? Are you a stupid?
Are you a stupid? What's wrong with you? Are you a stupid? How must Pache feel that they moved from Chicago because it was dangerous to move to a city that fucking almost burns to the ground?
It'd be better if one of the jurors stood up and be like, can we enhance this? I want to get in there. Get up on that. Get up on that fucking bicep missing.
Enhance.
Yeah, exactly.
Enhance. Alright, stopping. I gotta get up. Oh.
I gotta make me something to fucking eat in 1 second. Starving.
Let's not flinch away from this. It's important that we understand what that gun was capable of that time. Those 2 people, and it did this in the first home.
You see Buddha do a dick joke?
No.
It was, no, it was not Buddha, it was, Dean?
Shootings occurred that I just played.
Quincy or Dean Watson?
It was whoever works at the casino with Buddha.
The good news is, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to tell us. As part of your decision in this case.
At the casino, Dean Watson owns the casino.
Oh, okay. I think it was him, man.
Ordinary.
Yeah,
It was so bad, Buddha broke character.
that's not surprising.
Dean was like, I wasn't even trying to fucking set that up. He was just like, I just did it. He was like, it just fucking went together.
By pointing his gun at someone else. That the defendant
Hold on.
someone else at risk of dying.
Oh, I don't want. Never mind. I don't want to.
The defendant should have known that the crowd was aware of the fact that he had just shot someone.
I was gonna watch it, but I don't want to have a third stream of the same shit that you and your mom are watching.
It is also reasonable
Add another
at that point Gage Gross
Yeah, you ain't missing nothing.
he heard the defendant had shot someone.
I'd rather just listen to my music.
He saw the defendant at jump kick man
to all of the other people around him.
miraculously missing.
Not at
Had
his
seen
danger.
the defendant kill Anthony. Gage Gross
It's not assault if he uses 1 foot.
What the fuck? Just like there's still a law here that it's not assault if you beat your wife with an open hand.
It's not even a law. It's what the fucking idiot tried claiming. It wasn't assault because he only used it wasn't assault because he only used 1 foot.
But you missed what Terry said, because like
Yes.
some places never changed their fucking old ass laws.
Yeah.
Reflect modern society.
Someone comes up to that person and tries to stop
So when you proceed to curb stomp somebody, you can just be like, when you go to court for it, be like, it wasn't assault because it was only 1 foot.
But he hasn't even argued a criminal act before the shooting.
Can the defendant just kill him? In this case, the crowd was right.
I mean, this guy's just like trying to interpret the law. Like, he's just like trying to bend it to what he wants to be, and it's like, first off, motherfucker, you get in anybody's face, you like, you know, personal space. Get the fuck out of it.
That guy should have took street law.
I think
Yeah.
we were gonna break 100,000. We were gonna break.
What do you mean? He's a liar. He's a professional liar. But I'm a liar.
A professional idiot.
Yeah, well, that's all it takes sometimes. I'm surprised he didn't call Corn Pop up to the stand.
Oh, god damn.
Corn Pop.
Because Corn Pop was a bad mofo.
Public broadcasting service issuing the complaint is a little.
He used to bring all the little kids to the pool so I could sniff their hair.
I'm gonna try refreshing the screen.
And
I think if you had the street name as Corn Pop. I
oh
think
my
people-
god, I finally seen the I finally seen the video where Biden was trying to tell the Pope about
Satchel Paige.
Yes.
Yeah, and then 3 days later he did the same. He did the same thing Thursday at the fucking Veterans Memorial thing. I think they were probably watching something about Satchel Paige and the Negro baseball leagues on their flight somewhere, and it just stuck in his head.
I'm fine. That better look, they put him in a fucking sleep deprivation tank while they transport him.
Cryogenetically freeze him.
Yeah.
There's a reason why we've been doing all that testing at Area 51.
Every day? Really?
And that crowd, and that crowd is full of heroes.
Why it's when he's dead and gone from being president, and the Navy goes to name a ship after him, it's going to be just a fucking rubber dinghy. Maybe even just a fucking buoy. I don't know.
Yep.
That's too good.
Life preserver.
Not personal.
Oh, no worries. My net for
Fucking, the toilet may be in a ship.
Doesn't make their lives worthless. They don't give up their right to defend themselves. They have
It'll
just
be a Navy ship that they sell to France.
Fucking tugboat named after him, maybe.
I told you I wanted to begin
Just as much right as the defendant. He had the right to defend himself that day.
murders committed by the defendant.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, Terry.
Okay.
Maybe.
More doors, more wars, brah.
Bruh.
Bruh, I'm just here trying to be famous. That's what they just pulled up.
Up until August 25th, 2020, this is the only time
He just seems like a 17-year-old knucklehead, you know? Like, it's just...
maybe put 100 rounds.
We got a beefalo mating call.
They purchased that gun on that same trip. The defendant admitted he knew as a matter of law he could not buy that gun because he was only 17.
God damn it.
Yet he wants to tell you that he thought legally he could possess it. Which didn't make a lot of sense.
He just lost that
So
charge.
I had a lot of defendants come in and say, well, I
Should have a lookout
possess cocaine.
observation
I
thing
knew
up
I
here
couldn't
somewhere.
buy it, but I thought I could possess it.
That is so bad. No way.
No way, what did I just miss?
I saw some tracks in that area earlier this morning. Hold on.
All the
I'll
lawyers
send the
start talking, I
coordinates.
must have missed something.
He said, I know I can have cocaine, but it don't mean I can possess it or something stupid. He's trying to claim like that's what Kyle having that gun was like. Even though Kyle was allowed to have that gun.
Dominic Black was going to keep that gun until the defendant turned 18. Was Dominic
Can they
Black's
object
gun
in closing arguments to this
and the defendant
fucking
knew
numbnut?
that it was going to be held onto until he turned 18. That he was not going to have it until that birthday. I want to focus a little on this AR-15 because I think it's important when you consider the recklessness of the defendant's conduct.
I don't know.
How much he knew, cared, or didn't know about this deadly weapon. He'd only fired it that one time.
The defendant's ignorance of an AR-15. The defendant fired approximately 100 rounds through an AR-15 in early May, near somewhere in Wisconsin.
I'm sure he's gonna just
Didn't seem to know or care.
And it said some other bullshit.
Type of ammunition, or the type of gun. We had a couple of witnesses call us to this trial that just
like driving
could not
someone's
believe
car
it. A gun is a gun is a gun.
Oh, I found him.
Scarier.
Don't even start with that.
Don't even. I can't even.
No, it is not. It is not. And anybody who says that is ignorant and reckless. Because there are some important distinctions there. Full metal jacket ammunition is capable of piercing body armor and squad cars.
Where's that in evidence?
You heard Officer Krieger testify that when they heard someone was running around with a rifle, he went and got his plate armor on his back. So it wasn't going to.
They went up and over this hill up here, I think.
Full metal jacket ammunition is designed, and this is a former Army infantryman, is designed to go through a target like a deer or a person and continue on. He says
Sneak up on one and shoot it with the bow, Chris.
By the way, that's a 5.5 foot. And he explained that he had a handgun that night, which he put hollow point ammunition, and that's what he was planning on using for self-defense.
But he's also a felon that should have had neither. Okay.
It's going to hit its target.
Oh, come on.
You will hit what you hit, but you're not going to put the rest of the community at risk, especially on a night when there are hundreds of people out on the streets. In a heavy residential area. You can see on that map, the car source, there are houses, there are churches, there are daycares, there are schools nearby, and you're firing full metal jacket ammunition around.
Houses, daycares, and schools nearby, but he's shooting Full Metal Jacket. Well, I want to know what daycares and schools are in session.
When there's a riot on the street?
Yeah. In the middle of the fucking night.
There are people who can't carry convicted felons, for example.
Like Dave Strasberg.
Well, in Kenosha, when the cops ain't doing their jobs, that's when.
What I'm saying is that AR-15 did not accomplish any of the goals that these folks said it was going to. So, for example, Ryan Balch says the handgun is what he was going to use for self-defense.
Is he an
Several
expert?
witnesses
Is he
agreed
qualified
you
for
can't
it?
point this gun or shoot this gun at people to protect property. So if you're going to protect a car source building, how is this gun going to help with that?
No testimony that he was protecting the car source building.
protect yourself.
Fuck.
It looks painful.
So did Kyle.
I shot it in the balls.
Was so the gun wasn't taken away. No, it wasn't all on that would lose possession of it. It was designed to help him regain possession.
First shot said it was in. Why did it not?
It with 30 rounds, the full magazine.
It went through its chest, missed his heart. I guess their heart's higher.
It says at least 30 people. That's not true at all.
Metal jacket.
What the? Like,
There's no evidence about it either.
I shot the bull too, or the cow up here too.
Richie McGinnis testified he's been to demonstrations in Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., New York, Minneapolis. He's never seen anyone walking around claiming to be a medic with an AR-15. And certainly when you see someone like that, it doesn't exactly send a warm fuzzy
He's a medic
message.
walking around with a gun
Come to me,
himself.
I'm here to help. And the defendant acknowledged he had to take off his AR-15 treatment. No serious, credible wears an AR-15 slung around their body. That's because the defendant he was not an inmate. He lied. He lied to the press. He's being interviewed by Richie McGinnis for years as a member of the media. He says,
Yeah, I know. I hit that. I hit it.
You're lying. You're absolutely lying.
At least twice.
Jason Lukowski and Dominic Black said the defendant had to borrow his medical supplies from us. This is an emergency situation.
That's not true.
Everybody's anticipating violence.
That's a flat out lie.
Everybody's prepared for people to be hurt, harmed, injured, and yet the defendant's going to go
So
there
it's why
and
he was
walk around
justified for
claiming
having
to
a
be a medic.
firearm.
He's like a
I mean, at this point, you could cut, or you could say that
practicing without a license.
Rittenhouse is a fire-breathing
That puts
dragon,
lives
and
at risk.
Richards is just there.
And one of the things I had
That
Abe
phone.
Brooks testify about is that tattoo on his right arm, which said, "First, do no harm."
Hey, its fucking tracks are going the wrong direction.
One of the precepts, one of the fundamental.
By the way, appears to be a stolen valor tattoo because
The
it's
hell?
KNOW.
No harm.
This is
So how do we evaluate the defendant's performance as a medic that night? Well, on one hand, he wrapped up an ankle, and I think he maybe helped somebody who got a cut.
The tracks go this way, Dad.
Yay.
Over there? Okay.
Yeah. There's blood right here.
Gage Gross Kurtz's arm and put 2 more lives in jeopardy. So now when we balance your role as a medic that night, I don't give you any credit. He showed no remorse for his victims, never tried to help anybody that he hurt, and even on the witness stand, when he testified on Wednesday, he broke down crying about himself, not about anybody that he hurt that night. No remorse, no concern for anyone else.
He's trying to be like, he broke down on the stand crying about himself first, about himself.
H. Gross Kurtz spent hundreds of hours training and working hard to become an EMT.
Yeah, but
It's an insult.
their witness did the same thing, so.
Yeah.
All EMTs that are actual EMTs should be insulted that
The
he
defendant
just
made a
implied
series
that
of
Gage
reckless
was an
decisions
actual
that
EMT,
night.
by the way.
Going on with an AR-15 at 17 years old when he knew he shouldn't have done so. Because that gun is normally locked in a safe that he doesn't have access to. And it's not even legally his. He's out after a citywide curfew. He's intentionally and knowingly entering into a dangerous situation, and he expects it because he brings along his AR-15 and some body on him. So don't tell me you didn't know. He brings along no...
Oh my god.
I don't know which is more infuriating, bigger or the screen. Law and crime feud, rather. Well, no, I do. Bigger's kind of nuts.
There's another shed up here on this hill where I'm at.
There's a buck up there. Yeah, a red deer buck. It's pretty big.
Oh, it's driving me nuts. I might bring up the PBS screen again.
Well, if I hit it, but I shot at it 3 times.
I don't know about a lot of you, but I remember that night. I didn't know. I don't think most people did. In part, because we all knew it was going to be violent and dangerous.
Oh, okay.
Reasonable people.
Guess I'll run over here and look, see if there's blood.
You don't really put yourself in this situation.
I mean, all of your witnesses did.
Unless you're looking.
That could have been the fucking,
Unless you're scared
the
of
great
being
one.
Yeah. Now, to put this in perspective, this time here in our community, there were people who were scared. There were people who were worried about themselves, their homes, their families, their business. That's understandable. There were also people out there who were exercising their First Amendment whatever they believe. They have that right.
So does Kyle.
That's not what we're talking about.
Did he just try to claim that Kyle Rittenhouse don't have a Second Amendment right?
Riots, the arson, the looting,
I don't know.
fire nights,
He's like, there's people out there doing their Second Amendment right.
closed exits on the interstate. All of this was sending the message to reasonable people: go away. Don't come down here.
And yet
Let
most of
Kenosha
them
burn.
Who was left? Let it burn. Most reasonable people had gone home before the curfew, or never even came at all.
So that all the other
But the
people that
defendant's down there
were also unreasonable.
because he wants you to believe he's protecting Carter, even though he had no action. You have this caravan of people from West Van, Ryan Balch, some other community, having no idea what's going on here in Kenosha, having no idea what businesses are, having never dealt with CarSource before,
I don't know what
injecting themselves into this situation. CarSource that night was empty. The owners testified. They moved all the cars off the lot. They took the tools out from inside, and they didn't even feel the need to protect that place. So who's there? These guys with their AR-15s are just wannabe soldiers, acting tough, trying to manufacture some personal connection, furthering their own personal agenda.
He called him wannabe soldier. But ain't one of the people you called up as a witness a soldier?
Like everything we did to try and go away.
Who literally worked there.
Did those owners, Sam and Sal, ask anyone to protect their business?
Yes.
Yeah, actually.
Citizen soldier?
If you don't know what a militia is.
But I wanted you to hear it.
What is a militia?
A standing army of fucking civilians?
I don't think it really matters much, except I wanted you to have a place where these people were.
Doesn't matter what
and
they
what
said.
was going
Please
on.
ignore it.
What was interesting to me is that text message from the
Fucking that buffalo will not die.
I'm over here trying to get that red deer.
Not hard to find. You've driven past
So there's a grunting at me, so I sprayed and called for it again.
navigate. Oh, east, west, north, south.
Like, challenge me, bro.
Oh god damn, it's coming back at me. Fuck that.
This is why you have to write it.
Crucially, you read the testimony of Kriston Harris. This is gold. Who's out there reporting?
Yeah, I'm telling you,
Run
I've
down.
got a lot of very
He tells the defendant, stay on your property.
Oh, for the defense.
Don't go out and engage with these protesters. Just making it worse and escalate the situation. He tells the defendant specifically that. It's 20 minutes before the shooting. Kriston Harris probably said that because he knows this is a crowd that is feeling threatened by the defendant himself. Richie McGinnis testified when he left the Stella Hotel and immediately ran over to 59th Street. He saw guys
Gosh darn it.
up on the roof and he felt threatened. These guns, he said, were the thing that changed the dynamic. Drew Hernandez. They showed video of Drew Hernandez having laser sights pointed at him. And he said he felt
laser sights, they're laser
points in the roof and putting his lights injection.
Laser sights.
People were veterans. They'd been to protest.
Gun didn't have no laser on it.
That's what I find funny too.
They've been through this before. And yet here in little old Kenosha, the defendant's group made them fear for their lives. That's the kind of...
But you told him you shot a laser at him.
The crowd is yelling at the defendant's group. Stop pointing your guns at us. Stop pointing these laser pointers at us. And the defendant sees this. He's well aware of the fact that the crowd out on the street is hostile. They don't react well to him. And he knows that by 11:35 at night, this crowd is all the way down there south of 60th. That's where they're at. So if I go down there, I need to be prepared and I need to expect that these folks are not on my side. Joseph Rosenbaum. He's dead. We don't know what he was thinking.
He was thinking I want to touch a minor.
That makes him an easy target for the defense today because they can stand up here and pile on him and destroy his reputation and he can't speak for him.
He only likes being
That
piled
happens a
on
lot
if it's by
in
minors.
homicide. Blame the victim. They can't speak for themselves.
He said victim again.
So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Joseph Rosenbaum. And you've heard some testimony.
You should say it in close.
He'd been in the hospital.
You want the blue one?
Left it that day. Had a clear
That one?
plastic bag with
Yeah.
his possessions. Toiletries. He's walking around. He has left the hospital with a clear plastic bag with a water and then happens to wander downtown into the middle of civil unrest. No indication he's planned. So what does he do that night? Oh, let me tell you all the awesome things. He tipped over a porta potty that had no one in it. He swung a chain. He lit a metal garbage dumpster on fire. Oh, and there's this empty wooden flatbed.
That one had a trophy thing when I fucking looked at it.
And they tipped it over to stop some bear.
The one I killed up here?
Yeah. That one I was like, you want the blue one? Yeah, it had like a trophy of like 50 to 80 something.
Finger, go ahead and repeat it.
Well, it might have had a trophy, but
We had to shoot it so many times that
yeah, I mean, I've shot it 5 fucking times and like 3
I'm having
times.
the same problem with this gun in it as the fucking ammo to take down Buffalo.
Okay, we gotta go west. Go west. Well, that's where that lookout tower and stuff's at.
You left out the part where
I got
he
a
tried to kill Kyle Rittenhouse.
E, so
Okay.
150 pounds.
I guess go that way and I'll
Jason Mikowski characterized
go
it.
If you're not back, I'll put up a tent.
Okay.
Mikowski said, I walked away. This guy wasn't even a threat. I think we all know somebody like Joseph Rosenbaum, the Napoleon complex. asking them to shoot him.
Quote it.
Just
Curious
let the
how
hard
that
R
is
fly.
a threat to anyone else.
He's not.
triggered,
He
as we
knows
saw
he'd
in that
make the
video,
news with
by
that.
people pointing guns at other people, which is reasonable. Most people would feel that same way.
By the way, this
And
stream
then
is
we
listed
get
as a stream
crux
for
of the
children by YouTube.
This threat that he supposedly
I don't know.
used to the defense.
Yes, and I chose correctly because it defaults to the correct source.
To be able to play you. They would love for you to see it and hear it yourself. This is a night in which there are dozens of people out there, reporters and regular folks who are recording with their cell phones and with other cameras all night long. We have shown you video of almost every minute of the defendant from
Which minute didn't you show us?
and yet you have not been shown a single video with this threat. Nowhere. It's not out there. Ryan Balch testified, and we have his transcript. We have his testimony, and what he says is there was an incident in which Dustin Collette had put out a dumpster fire and said something to the effect of fuck around and find out. And Balch steps in. And he has an exchange with protesters, and he turns around and Rosenbaum is right there in front of my face yelling and screaming. And I tell him to back up. And he goes, you know what? If I catch any of you guys, blah, blah, blah. So that's the timing.
What's the blah, blah, blah?
Right after that dumpster fire. Tristan Harris from the Rundown Line was there, physically, standing right next to Ryan Balch. Not only was he there during the dumpster fire, but he stays with Ryan Balch and or the defendant for the next 6 or 7 minutes, recording everything. And I've played this video for you. It is Exhibit 18. And I played for you a period of time from 1 hour and 22 minutes to 1 hour and 28 minutes. And I asked Tristan Harris, I called him to the stand, and I said, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. Number 1, do you independently remember seeing Joseph Rosenbaum hearing this threat? And he said, no. And then I said, okay, well, maybe you missed it, because, you know, there's a lot going on. So will you rewatch your video for me and tell me, is it in there? And he said, no. This video captures a entire period of time Ryan Balch is and there's no threat. There's no Rosenbaum. It didn't happen. The defense desperately wants this because they've got to give you a reason why it's okay to kill Joseph Rosenbaum. And this threat is critical.
I'm spraying and calling, spraying and calling.
But it's not there.
Oh.
Exhibit number 3.
A red deer.
Absence of evidence definitely means evidence of absence.
Sounds like Baxter.
That works, right?
That's
Literally.
what I thought it was.
Now, I submit to you that even if, and so this is Exhibit 18, even if there was a threat made, it's still not. Joseph Rosenbaum unarmed. You can't.
Come on, dog. Quit it.
Could kill him.
The defense has pinned a lot of their case on a threat that didn't happen, and they can't prove it. It's not on video. It's not there.
Coming over the hill
I'm going to pull up Exhibit 18.
to the southeast.
The rundown line video. And I'm gonna
Somewhere.
mark.
It's coming because he was grunting. He was grunting pretty hard.
Here's the Rundown Live, and I'm here with a bunch of here's the Rundown Live. If you are live, share this in all your groups before on the set. Watch it. It's just like here, man.
So here's the dumpster fire.
I wonder if this is a. I wonder if there are a lot of red deer here then.
Joseph Rosenbaum is not in this video. Here's
So?
Dustin Collette about to put the fire out.
Neither is Kyle Rittenhouse, you fucking nonce. Sorry, I'm frustrated at this point.
Essentially, he's burying himself. This is great for the defense.
There it is. There's one.
Irrelevant this video if you wonder how that is. If you had any confident defense person.
Oh, he's hit hard too.
There's Ryan Balch standing right next to Gage Grossberg. Joseph Rosenbaum isn't here. And the defendant and his group are being told an important
Yep,
message.
right around the rock. He's dead.
Stay on your property. But don't go out there and cause trouble.
I thought the important message was I could use a doobie right now.
What is he? Oh, he's not very big. Ooh. Double lunged him. Well, I think that's like my first red deer buck. Oh, there's another one. I'll see if I can try. No, I'll try to call it in.
He's talking to Ryan Balch right now.
This is all irrelevant because Kyle Rittenhouse is not involved in this.
121 to 167 is trophy rating.
I see him. I see him.
I'm trying to imply that you're talking about this guy with a lot of rage.
This is where
Oh my
Ryan
God.
Balch goes into
Just
let's
dipped
go
off the hill.
protest.
We gotta be coming up on the 2 hours.
It was coming, but the dog barking at me.
Oh man, I would love to see the judge just
There he
go
is.
and stop.
Well, he has 2.5 because he gets to reserve a half for his rebuttal, but he may stop him in his rebuttal.
That'd be great.
I would actually let him continue to talk.
Yeah.
Arguing.
Yeah, then he loses his rebuttal entirely. I agree. This is not very tightly woven narrative right now.
It opened up good, and it's been a disaster. It's like a
Oh, I'm gonna come up here and put a tent.
Like, what's the point in showing this? Why are we watching this right now?
They're trying to do evidence of absence, right?
Yeah. But well, he's not calling anyone the N-word here.
Actually, nothing happened in that 4 minutes.
It's almost like his fingers run out of stuff to talk about. And now he goes to
I was saying he's probably going to try and drag out his opening as long as he can to try and bore the jury.
I don't know why you do that though, because before the break.
Well, they're not going to get a lunch break now. They already
No.
got their lunch break, so it's probably.
No, I don't need out, Mia. I'm good.
Not
The rest of the video is the crowd being warded off by gas.
Hold on.
Launched by the police. They launched tear gas, which affects the defendant, affects Ryan Balch, it affects Tristan Harris, and that group all runs alongside the 59th Street car source, away from the street, away from any protesters. At no point in that video do you hear any threat that Joseph Rosenbaum makes. It's not there.
Keith Richards is taking notes.
The defense had it. They played for it. I got it. Now, they want you to believe that that threat is made, and they also want you to believe that it was something that the defendant took into account when he decided to kill Joseph Rosenbaum. One of the questions that occurs to me is, how would the defendant even know who that guy is? Because earlier in the night, Joseph Rosenbaum is wearing a red shirt and a blue bandana. But by the time he's killed, he's got no shirt on.
Didn't you
He's
just
got no
spend
blue
10
bandana.
minutes establishing
Someone the
removable
defendant is
characteristics of this person?
Yeah,
he's short and
And yet, we're expected to believe that in a split second, the defendant remembers this guy? I don't believe so. So then, that video that I just showed you picks off.
Oh my
leads off
God,
about
Baxter.
11:35.
Stop it.
The police have moved the protesters south of 60th Street. They tear gas the crowd, and there's no protesters left. 59th Street is no longer in any danger. Wasn't much danger to begin with. Wasn't anything left to protect. But by this point,
wasn't danger because it's already a hollowed out shell.
if law enforcement comes through, and you've heard this video where they tell the defendant and his group, "We appreciate you and
I'm trying to figure out what's up with my. I bought ammo for my pistol, but it didn't like put it in.
by the property." Yeah.
That was
No
not a
one is
condition.
saying you don't have the right to stay on private property and protect private property.
You
What people
literally
are
did.
saying, what Cloud is saying, is stating, don't go out looking for trouble.
Stinger literally said you don't have the right to protect private property.
From the police and takes it the wrong way.
That's what I thought. Why did it not? Yeah, why did it not put my freaking ammo in?
But I asked him and I asked some other witnesses, if the police are there on the scene, the protesters are gone, go home. Why are you still here? You wouldn't have been here in the first place. But why are you still sticking around? And interestingly enough, one of the questions I've always had in the back of my mind is, what's the end game here? When is this crew going to be done and decide that it's time to leave? Well, right after the
Did you find that deer?
Tracking it.
Was it not hitting the vitals?
No.
I shot it right square in the fucking, right across the left or right front shoulder.
So the rats all have AR-15s.
So the defendant decides at 11:35 p.m. to cross the police line and go looking for trouble. He knows at this point he's entering a hostile crowd. He's seen this crowd. He knows what they're like. That's why he has to yell friendly to them. Because he knows they're not going to see him and think he's friendly. And he knows he's got to have Ryan Balch with him. Some sort of buddy test. And he's immediately confronted by that man with the yellow pants who says, "You just pointed your gun at me." And the defendant
Put a 10 up here too, so.
he admits it. Now, what's interesting to me is they want you to believe this never happened. They want you to believe this man with the yellow pants picked up, lying. But he's just standing there by the side of the road, minding his own business. When the defendant happens to walk up to him, he thinks he's minding his own business. He's going to make up a lie about this guy? That was his moment? Or did it really happen? And is it consistent with everything else you've seen about the defendant? Does he sound like the sort of guy who would point a gun at someone standing on a car?
Or does he sound like him?
No.
He's the kind of guy that would threaten deadly
There's no evidence that he ever did.
Because that's what happened. The man in the yellow pants says it happened. The defendant agrees. And then he comes into the trial and says, "Oh, I was being sarcastic." Like he's a little 17.
He literally was.
He is. Shortly after that, the defendant loses track. Let's protect her. That was a terrible argument. So now he's in a position where he knows that he's surrounded by people that consider him a threat. He knows that he's not supposed to go anywhere without Ryan Balch. He knows he's supposed to go back to 59th Street. And he does. He tries. He walks up to the police line. He says, "I work there. That's my business." Which isn't true, but whatever. And they won't let him through. Now, Ryan Balch makes it on through.
I've forgotten where he's going with it.
But the defendant gives out. He could go one block in either direction and make it back easily if he wants to. But he stops.
And this is why having too much
I'm on this side of the hill from you.
He's gotten off the PowerPoint.
Then he talks to the people who fire.
I didn't get no blood trail, so I'm over here.
Riding a 2-hour speed is catastrophically different.
Now, at this point,
Trying to circle back on me and fucking
go back. He knows he's supposed to have a
on the trail for it going to where we fucking shot it.
decides to run down to 59th
Yeah.
Street. Walk. Doesn't even know if that other group is still there. Doesn't even know if he's really needed. But he can't wait to take this opportunity to go down and confront him. Because he thinks he's some sort of cop.
Got him.
Some sort of law enforcement.
Not the deer, the beefalo.
Who's out there with the responsibility to fight crime. Literally,
I brought him down with, you'll never guess what I killed him with.
Ryan Balch says, "The police told me the crowd were
Something probably stupid that shouldn't have worked.
No, it should have worked. It better have worked.
He's crossing the police line. They warn him about people
It
throwing
was.
What is
The 338. But he still tried to run, and I was like, oh, am I going to have to put another shell in here?
power? I've got the gun. I'm going to go confront these bad guys. I'm going to get my nose
Offering his first aid.
So what does he do when he gets down to 61st Street? The first thing he does, I showed it to you at the very beginning. Grabs that gun and points it at someone.
Left lung and right lung. Double lunged it.
Points it at the Zeminski. Because why? Because they're mess with some sort of fire.
Oh, there's a lake. Did you know there's a lake down here?
One doesn't need to protect himself.
What?
He's pointing a gun because he thinks he needs to protect property. He says he wants to put out a fire, but the first thing he does is drop the fire extinguisher on the ground. Maybe he was there at 15 as he goes up.
Well, maybe not. I don't know.
Why is he really?
Yeah, I don't think so. This is all.
And we all agree
stuff that can come up in there.
can't use or threaten deadly force.
I think it's the other side of that big lake. Yeah, the south end of that one lake.
As a teacher, when a student says to you, the dog ate my homework, that's an excuse. It doesn't fit the law. If you panic in a situation that is not reasonable, if you're 17, if you don't have training or experience, if you're scared, those are excuses. Those are not legal justifications.
No, I'm scared is literally a legal justification.
Yeah. Did you hear they put yourself in a situation?
What?
He tried to, like, he was scared. So that gives him no right. And Nick is like, that's a legal justification.
They lay out the law that you should apply. That reading took a long time.
Nick is like, that's a legitimately illegal justification.
And one of the things that you will have the opportunity
Yeah, that's the whole point. He feared for his life.
Yeah. This cat disappear down by the water and go nowhere else.
But I encourage you to focus
Like halfway down a hill, and it never picks back up again.
You are told
Did you watch both directions?
criminally reckless conduct is conduct that threatens other people's lives.
He's wrapping up soon.
Oh,
I mean, this is graded into
and poses an unreasonable and substantial risk to other people. There is no dispute that defendant's activities here threatened other people's lives. He took some risk. You know, this is not like a normal murder case. A lot of murder cases we're in here trying to convince the jury that the defendant killed somebody. That's not the case. That's evil. The question is, does he get hacked? Do we think that's okay? Or do we think what he did was right? That's the question. And you may consider whether his conduct is criminally reckless. Consider, did it pose an unreasonable and substantial threat to the people of others? Count 4. Charges him with first.
Armed crime!
What time did he say? Did he say that they race?
7?
So I think I'm gonna have to go lay down because my fucking hands and my stomach is killing me. I wish I could get my back to pop. Just crazy. Hurts.
We all know this case comes down to self-defense. But there's a high bar.
Well, I'm to your left, kind of paralleling you, but I don't see.
The law says if the defendant may intentionally use force, which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm,
Turn up the hill.
the defendant reasonably believes
I found like a bed feeding something over here.
imminent death or great bodily
The water fucking thing.
So did Joseph Rosenberg
Yeah, there's no traps until I just like fuck it and cross the little marsh thing.
Yeah.
And it yelped. And I looked over there and it was the fucking one I was trying to crack.
Got him in front of me. Somewhere.
constructed blunt provocation. You cannot hide behind self-defense. If you provoke the incident, if you created the danger, you forced it by bringing that gun, aiming it at people, threatening people's lives. The defendant provoked everything. Oh my, no. And if he does that, you have to exhaust all reasonable means to avoid a confrontation. All reasonable means. So if Joseph Rosenbaum's running at him, Joseph Rosenbaum is going to not anything to do with shove that rag doll around, run back for help, call 911, call for help.
The idea that Rosenbaum is a rag doll.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt in this case that the defendant committed this crime. He committed a first-degree reckless homicide against Joseph Rosenbaum. He put Richard McGinnis's life in jeopardy. He put Johnson McGinnis's life in jeopardy. He intended to kill Anthony Weaver, and he attempted to kill David. All of those are the question is whether or not you believe that his actions were legally justified. And I submit to you that no reasonable person would have done what the defendant did. And that makes the decision he's guilty.
I mean, it was a good last line.
This is such a disaster. Such a terrible disaster.
I've gotta go relieve my pregnant woman bladder. I'll be right back.
I want to point out to you all the mistakes that were made. The first and foremost, you have to understand, as I said, I passed it as 4 or 5. Okay? So, first and foremost, you need to retain credibility for 2 quick things. First, you need to try to get the jury to believe in his whole scheme about Kyle Rittenhouse, which is something that there's no reason that we should. I mean, it's very, very sad. So we're trying to get them to believe that.
I just had a big one come running out at me over here.
Buffalo or
A red deer. He grunted at me, and then he made no more noise.
What's the judge say?
The judge just said he wasn't signing the CBA.
Yeah. That's really great.
He's level 6, 462 to 5 something.
The one I'm fucking chasing right now, the 396 to 462.
Uh-oh.
That one's even fucking bigger. By you.
And I know I shot him. I shot him good. I don't know why it's acting like I didn't.
I shot it too, and it acts like I didn't.
This one vanished. Tracks everything. Vanished. Oh, well, I'm almost all the way back by our field.
He had to go back. He had to get on time.
Sorry, what was that?
No one was timing it, so they don't know how long it's going.
Oh my god.
So he said maybe we can call one of the networks that would.
They didn't time it, so they don't know how long that fucking idiot took.
Hmm.
Definitely was over 2 hours.
Yeah, they were definitely.
It was 2.5 hours at the end, guys. Like, you told us 2.5 hours. They went 2. basically all over.
Can we appreciate that Binger just said Grosskreutz with a bullet in the chamber of a gun pointed at him at point-blank range did not pose an immediate threat to his life or physical safety? Can you appreciate how dumb? He must think everyone around him is very... Like he might have...
I don't know. You think this was a good red deer spot or no?
Over here, through here, yeah, I think so.
See, it doesn't even say, like, I'm gonna go to the thing. Like... I'm gonna go to try to make it to that tower.
J8 says 2 hours and 18. Yeah, says 2 hours and 43 minutes. So it's hard to say how long it was. I'm getting a report, by the way, that that apparently the copyright kerfuffle was a quote-unquote mistake. It's been, I don't know where the report is, but someone said it was reported.
I'm running into Buffalo. Bison again.
Well, someone else has 30,000 viewers. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, 40,000. But we are now within 5,000 of PBS. No, we're actually we're competing with PBS right now. They have 70,000 and we have 70,000. Yeah. So I was just showing that as we were here, but no, I agree with Joe. The second half was terrible. It was absolutely not helpful for the prosecution. It may have been harmful to sit there and it depends on how the defense picks it up and if they incorporate it. But I want to welcome to the stream someone who popped in, Mr. Robert Gruler. Welcome to the show, buddy.
What's up, everybody?
Robert!
Thanks for having me.
Hey man, how are things looking today? What do you think?
So I got caught up earlier this morning. I agree with basically what Joe said. First half was pretty good. When I was listening to Binger and sort of double speed this morning, I liked the theme that he was going for. I mean, in terms of a prosecutor, obviously, but what's happening, I think, here is not unexpected. A lot of this, I think, was prognosticated. It's sort of death by 1,000 cuts. He's trying to show that Kyle Rittenhouse has committed a number of unsavory things, whether they're illegal or not, sort of driving without a license, traveling across state lines, being on property that he shouldn't have been on. All of these are the claims that the prosecution is making. And the second half, I was sort of questioning at first why he was playing those videos. I thought that those were problematic for the prosecution because it sort of looks like a war zone. I always thought that what the government was trying to do here is sort of synthesize this all into, extrapolate this all into a big, long sequence of events, whereas Rittenhouse's team wanted to synthesize this into like, seconds versus hours. And the government here is turning this into an hour-long thing, a multi-day thing, and they're trying to show that Rittenhouse has been sort of continuously breaking the law. And, it's really, I think it comes down to provocation, and that's why they played those videos. They want you to see, or they want the jurors to think that any kid or any 17-year-old in Rittenhouse's position, if he was sort of, leaving that property, that was de facto almost reckless. And so, I thought it was as good as they could do with a pretty bad case. I've been saying this a long time. If you have if you have good law, you pound the law. If you have good facts, you pound the facts. If you have neither, you pound the table. And here we see sort of a lot of the pounding of the table. But at the very end, with the case, he sort of wanted to put a bow on it. I think that he did what he had to do to sort of make the provocation claim. Kyle doesn't have self-defense because he caused all of this. It's really the only argument that they have. And I think, with a pretty weak case, he's done a decent job.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Except I think the second. What was that, Nate?
I'll feel it. Oh no, I'm sorry. No, I said that was my prediction. They're going to pound provocation. That's exactly what he did. Pound provocation.
He said that Grosskreutz did not pose an immediate threat to life or physical safety. If anybody was following him up until that point, they now look at him and they see nothing but a bull-faced man. There's no way anybody can say, hey, if I'm in
I agree. I agree with videos sound like a war zone. That was the thing that jumped out at me. I hadn't seen all of those videos, so I was looking at new eyes there, and I looked at that and said, wow, that looks to me like there's a whole bigger swath of illegal behavior in the case of circumstances like that. And I don't know how that would be.
That's the problem with writing real quick, that's the problem with doing a slideshow, right? He was not able to adapt to this morning, and he's locked into it on the slide. That's why you typically don't do a PowerPoint presentation. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was going to say that, and some of the stuff that he was saying was also kind of contradictory. Because, on the one hand, what was he doing, going and carrying around this gun? Because by carrying this gun, he was provoking everyone else. Then on the other hand, he's like, well, no reasonable person would be there because everybody knew that this was chaotic. Everyone knew that this was a war zone. Everyone knew that people were likely to attack one another. So it's like, those two things don't make sense.
I'm gonna try to get to the.
If you're going
There's
to
a.
argue one way.
So there's a house.
Kind of spread it out everywhere because the jury's not going to follow the logic.
Every standard between every victim, every different standard for every single person. So Rosenbaum wasn't justified because he didn't have a weapon. Okay, well Huber did. He had a skateboard. He was strapping Kyle over the head with it. So does that now justify self-defense, or does an actual gun like Rosenbaum? At that moment, now is that good enough to use common sense?
I largely agree with the consensus of the second half. I found it to be wandering out.
Get to this house, and I'll put a tent down. Then you can just get to the house. So.
I think Robert did a much better job.
Yeah,
I think the second half is all about provocation. Yeah.
And good logic pointed out there was some major errors. Very
Also, one of the comments when he showed the video footage of Kyle shooting Huber and then shooting Brockwick, and then his immediate comment right afterwards was, "Look how fast that was." That's not good for the prosecution. I was like, why are you pointing that out? That's not helpful.
Like in the first half, they said, look how close he is. How far he is.
Yeah, I mean, that Freudian slip was not good for him.
Yeah, you want to go back to the frame by frame.
I do all my self-defense in that.
Video game references in that
If Richards is walking, I don't remember. Did he say verbatim? Put yourself.
I'm going. Oh, what is that?
Someone who's fast.
I know what you are.
When you get to Richards and you flash that image, that still shot of Grossberg, the moment his arm is being vaporized, pointing a gun, and you say, put yourself in Rittenhouse's shoes right now, then what would you do? I mean, there can be no reasonable jury that will say, I would have just.
This over here looks like it has some big, deep valleys. But it's the funny grass under the trees, yeah.
That things are made to then go back to the ones that might have been more plausible, but for the idiotic one that he ended his closing argument.
All Kyle needs to win is Richards not to bore.
Yeah, I got a gold bison.
So it's like a 50-50 shot.
I shot it from 104 yards and it went 33.89 yards. Fell over dead.
Things are ended on his weakest point, and so they can start on that and then work backwards to undermine everything.
I think he even referenced that his own descendant, he's like, don't believe my own, the own witness that I can't understand who said that.
One shot with the 338. Tink. Nope.
Well, it's like, don't believe Brault. Don't believe Grossbright. Don't believe my ballistics expert. Every witness I brought to you, you should be.
Yeah, it has like pines on the sides, and then it has like hardwoods through the middle of this little valley thing.
Someone on Twitter brought up a great point. They said, let's see Binger sign his shit in a domestic violence case. Let's see you argue in a domestic violence case that hands alone are not sufficient for lethal self-defense.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way There's no way even a 5'4" little tiny manlet with no muscle mass like Rosenbaum apparently beating a woman into submission, that he's not going to be justified in pulling a gun and putting him where he belongs. Of course he is, and of course Binger would.
Found a pig resting area over here.
Right? Like, there's no way you're going to bring that. It's nonsense. It's dishonest. And that's the problem. I'm sure all prosecutors, of course, Nate's not here right now, and neither is Emily Baker, but I'm sure they're screaming inside because Binger is doing everything that everyone actually hates about prosecutors right now. And it's really frustrating because, you know, I rip on prosecutors a lot, but one of my friends is a prosecutor down in the South. Like, this guy does prosecutions and he puts bad people away. And it's like, but Binger is making it like every prosecutor is on him right now. It's the same in the OJ case. Like, when you are a nationally recognized case, you have a burden. You have a burden that you maybe shouldn't have, but you have to recognize it.
Well, and the firearm stuff is driving me mad. And I guess shout out to the guys on InRange TV's Discord who are also going insane because it's a Discord full of gun people hearing Binger going off about gun facts. I don't know if you've seen that picture that was taken when he shoulders the AR. That's now made it onto Twitter. His finger is on the trigger.
I'm almost there.
He's got it shoulder. He's chicken winging, and he's got the stock is riding like right up over his shoulders. He's clearly never actually held one. You know, this is an unfamiliar item to him. He's just, and everybody who knows anything about firearms is just going insane about this because he's speaking off and he's presenting falsehood.
And to take the domestic violence example one step further, you know, not just about the fist versus firearm defense, but had the individual, had the victim just done what the abuser,
what the hell?
Not leave the room.
All right, there you go.
Not leave the, you know, certain part of the house. Had they just done that, then they wouldn't have provoked the attack in the first place. I mean, basically, you have Binger saying, these guys, had they just stayed on their private property and not walked the streets freely as is their right to do so, they would have provoked the assault and relinquished their privilege of self-defense. Had the abused spouse just done what the abuser said, it wouldn't have provoked the attack, so they forfeited self-defense. The only difference being if
Put a 10 out.
with an AR-15, it's much different
I put the 10 out so you can fast travel to the outpost.
Yeah, but even worse though, Viva, it's even worse because they called, not only that, but he went and would call the domestic abuser a hero, right?
Yeah.
Because
Oh, yeah.
Fucking
dude.
dude.
Called Huber and
And Rosenbaum, and it's exactly the same thing as she had it coming. This is
Yeah,
exactly
we're-
the same thing as she
we
had
are
it
a
coming.
half
Dressed
step
like
away.
that.
That deer basically ran all the way to the fields that we usually hang out in and all the way back.
There's a lot of men out that are full of alcohol and looking for a good time.
All right, get your thing. I'm gonna go lay down. So I'm gonna close this. I'll be back sometime. Don't me. All right.
We want to apologize to no